Are we good? Alright, there we go. Okay. I was saying hello to myself for a second and I was looking at OBS and I was like, wait a second, why don't I see the little microphone bar moving towards the yellow or the red? I'm like, oh boy, my mic must not be working, so I had to fix that real quick. Alright, it looks like that's resolved now at least. So, here we are today with the 6th Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty casted game stream for patch 1.1.5b. So, honestly, we were in sort of a lull for a while where we weren't seeing these for a while, but people have just started magically submitting stuff like no tomorrow, and now we can actually enjoy it, which I think is pretty good, honestly. I definitely like it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, big time. So, yeah, we get to enjoy some Wars Liberty casting today. I know you're probably all sick and tired of Definitive Edition for a while, seeing the same civs be used like 20 times, so now we get to look at some diverse stuff today, which is good. Absolutely, should be quite fun. So, how have you been enjoying my streams this week so far? Have you liked my quality for the PK Player Killers Clan tournament casting? I know a ton of people in the chat, as well as people from the PK clan themselves, have praised my work in that. So, you sort of in the same camp, or do you think I am doing a horrible job? It's up to you. Feel free to tell me, you know? I love to hear it from everybody. I know there's some people that say I sound like a zombie. I don't know if those allegations are true or not. Do I sound like a zombie? Do I sound like I need to eat brains or something? Get shot at by a pea shooter or a I don't know, a sunflower or something? Who knows? But yeah, definitely. We're going to be casting some really good matches today. Will be quite good. We have a ton of good 1 versus 1s between Nathan and Gommuistan again. So, this has actually been the third stream in a row where Nathan and Gommuistan 1v1s is the highlight of the stream. So, you've seen these two fight a number of times now, and I can tell you, they are some pretty good competition for each other, you know? I would say Gommuistan is still the preferred dude in the battles, but Nathan's gotten up there, you know? He did beat him one time last week. If you haven't seen that yet, go check out last week's stream, watch all the matches, see how good Nathan did, you know? He eventually improved over time and got the golden ring, so that's good. Yeah, so, yep, I'm just sharing the stream with some Discord servers right now, and then we can begin. Should be great. Big time. Yep, and guess what I get to do today, which I rarely ever get to do? I get to basically share the Discord. Get away from me, you crazy scamming. What is this guy even? Boss 10 Berry? What? What are these people even called, man? They're not even real people. And they keep calling my place. They're not even real. Berry 10? Whatever I said? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know where these people come from, but they just keep spamming and spamming like crazy. Yeah. So, let me find the linky over here. Then we can get started. I'm trying to find this channel in this Discord server, but I can't find it for some reason. Is my brain cooking or something? No, it's right there. It was just higher up there than I thought it was. Okay. Had a bit of a napping moment there. There we go. And I just have to go for a few more and we should be all set, okay? So just give me a few moments and we'll get through this super quickly and it should be fun. Big time. Yeah, it's one of the first things it's actually the first thing I ever streamed on Discord, on YouTube and Twitch. Was actually Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty game casting for tournaments. So this is really what brought me to the spotlight, just so you know. I might have done a pretty good job with the 5th edition, but my roots are with Wars of Liberty casting and spectating. So you want to see peak Streletsy, that's where you want to look probably, is my Wars of Liberty stuff. Just saying. No, my Definitive Edition stuff is pretty good too. And I've even done some good stuff for Age of Empires 2 and Age of Mythology. Even Return of Rome mode for AoE 2, which is basically like Age of Empires 1. But yeah, definitely Wars of Liberty is probably my most numerous stuff alongside D. So if you love hearing some guy yap about RTS all day and other miscellaneous stuff when I get tired and bored of the same old stuff in the match, come to the right place. So yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to do. The only time I'm not talking is if I'm like super hungry, starving, and want to eat something. But I don't even think I even have any food here, honestly. So I guess unfortunately I don't have that opportunity today. Huh? Well, at least I'll get a little bit less chubby, I guess. That's good. Unstoppable chubby Streletsy or something. I don't know. Unstoppable chubby. Unstoppable chubby. Oh, I guess. Alright, so almost done here. I'm just going to scroll up a little bit more and get to the rest of them. Should be all set to go. Yeah. Big time. And this one. And what else? ¿Dónde está? Whoop. I guess what we get to do today, we get to count out how many new recordings I got. That's the funnest part of every stream, right? Just figure out how much stuff we have to dig through today, or hopefully dig through. Oh yeah, big time. Oh great, there's a spammer in that Discord server. One message hidden from a likely spammer. Oh, not that guy again. Not that Muppet again. Talking about the whole, ooh, I got $100. Yay! Yeah, what is wrong with these people, man? And I can't believe people actually fall for that stuff, too. It's like, they wouldn't be coming up with those weird Discord server scam things if people just didn't click on it and do whatever weird stuff they tell you to do. They just stop doing it, but people keep falling for it, and they keep spamming their stuff in the server, you know? It's like crazy. The only spam I like is the kind that comes in a can, and you can fry it, put mustard on it, on bread with some cheese. Fried spam is delicious. The other type of spam is not. Only get fried spam. Every other type of spam is not worth your time, unfortunately. So you need fried spam, my friend. Fried spam is the elixir of life. It is. I love fried spam. Fortunately, I have not had any in a long time, because somebody I knew had used to make it hasn't been here in a long time. So, nope. One of those things I miss out on is fried spam. So, hopefully I get to enjoy it again sometime. Yeah. But I'll tell you one thing that's good news, and I'm pretty impressed about. The Wars of Liberty people have actually named their recordings. Yay! That's great. They actually named their recordings. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that beautiful? People actually named their recordings. So I don't just see record game 1, record game 2. They actually took an effort to like go into their file explorer and name it something. That takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of courage to do. So how many of these recordings we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're on cuatro already. Cinco. Where's cinco? Down here, cinco. Seis. 6. Siete. 7. Ocho. 8. Nueve. 9. So we got nueve. And then we got more of them down here. We got diez. Once. Doce. And trece. So we got 13 of them. Very good. And then we got some from Viringo as well. We got 2 more here. So we got catorce and quince, right? And then we got dieciséis. And then we got diecisiete and dieciocho. So we got 18. Dieciocho. 18 new records. That doesn't include the ones we haven't gone to yet. So we're actually getting back to a really awesome time again in Wars of Liberty history, where we get so many recordings to cast that we can't even get them done in a single stream, and they go on to the next week and the next week. This is beautiful. This is what I've been praying for, like a gold mine, for a long time, and it's finally reached our shorelines, I guess. That's pretty good. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, people. It's really good. Okay, so let me just make sure I got all the ones in that area. Alright, we got them all. That's good. That means we can actually start this thing, which would be great, right? Okay, so who do we got here? Did anybody join already, or am I just going to be talking to myself? So we got one person here. We got about 5 views so far. That's beautiful. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to start yapping about Wars of Liberty. I got a ton of recordings right here to go through, and yeah, pretty much. And guess what? Because the people named the files properly, I can actually keep going through these without looking at Discord every few seconds. Isn't that good? Yeah, it saves more time for us. So let's do it. GVN1, basically Gommuistan versus Nathan. Let me do that. Where do we go? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Where is it? Where is it, man? Where is it? Okay, let's see here. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. This is the format it's going to be in, and it's conveniently listed so we can go one after another all the way to Nueve. Isn't that smart? That's beautiful naming convention. I like that. It's not record game one, and it actually something I can follow along with. That's good. Alright, so let's start with game number 1. Gommuistan versus Nathan. It's technically a best out of 9 series, so let's see how it ends up going. BO9. BO9. Alright. Is the game low now? Looks like it's low right now. Oh, good. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's start this up. Wow, it's loading pretty slow. Okay. Here we are. Okay. So, this is the first match. We got Gommuistan as Dutch. The Order of Gommuistan. And then we got Nathan playing as Dutch. So we got a Dutch mirror, folks. This is pretty interesting. You know, this is going to be a pretty fun fight to watch, honestly. I like this. Because the Dutch is no ordinary Civ in Wars of Liberty. It's actually radically different. So, one thing you're going to note about the Dutch in this game versus the 5th edition, no banks. You don't have bankies. No bankies. But what do you get? You get 3 different types of villagers. You get these villagers here, the settlers, and notice if you look really close at him, look at this red little ring around him. That means that he's better at gathering from food sources, including berries and farming. Likewise, you got the slave villager right here. He is better at doing mining here, as well as plantation work, so he's got the yellow ring around him. And then you get these wood villagers called Javanese laborers. They have a little brown ring around them, which means that they're good at chopping trees, right? And another fact, too, the villager costs the resource that they're good at. So the Javanese laborers chop wood better, but they cost wood. The slaves cost gold because they're better at gathering gold from both mining and plantations. And the food settlers still retain their food costs, but, as you know, they also are good at mills and berries, but not hunting for some reason. They're not good at hunting. They're good at farming, basically. They're very vegetarian in that sense. So what do you do at the start of the game as Dutch? You try to balance out your economy. The best thing you can usually do as the Dutch, try to keep your slave villagers on the gold sources as much as possible. Keep your Javanese laborers on the wood as much as possible. And keep your Dutch settlers on the food as much as possible. Now, it doesn't matter if you're on a hunt, but ideally, if you can, try to get your settlers onto berries or farming as soon as you possibly can, you know. But honestly, at the start of the game, it probably is better that you still stick with the hunt, because the hunting rate, regardless, is going to be good. Yeah, because the increase in gather rate is rather a bonus and not a requirement. Your villagers will still gather from mines food, and trees the same rate if they don't specialize in it, so don't worry about that part of it. Just be aware that if you have the Vil on their less than preferred resource, you're missing out on that extra economy, which is just going to make your game more difficult. So try to keep the food villagers on the food, the wood ones on the wood, and the gold ones on the gold. That's all I'm saying. Do that and you're going to be in great shape. So this is what a Dutch deck typically looks like. So we have 3 settlers over here, just like you would with any sort of European deck. It's just a regular villager card. Don't pay too much attention to it. Just remember that these are the food specializing villagers, so try to keep them on berries and farming. You could keep them on hunts, but berries and farming is going to be their best gather, right? And then if we look down here, pretty much you got a flank worshipment, which is a whole new unit. Grenadiers, basically a unit you're familiar with, but they work totally differently in this mod. Your crates. Notice how this villager card is different. This is your wood villager. This is your food one. This is your wood one. This is your food one. You got to remember that stuff. So don't just assume, oh, it's just a 5 villager card. Let's just include it. Just keep in mind that that villager card is going to be very specialized in one thing, you know? Well, not specialized. I don't want to use the word specialized, because specialized makes it sound like you have to include it on that resource. But I think for the sake of optimizing your macro, you probably should keep them on that resource. The only exception is if you have a special build in mind like this. So it looks like what Gommuistan does is, which I think is an interesting philosophy, he keeps the Vils on their preferred resources at the start of the game. And then after he basically gets his 3 settler card, then he just brings all the Vils together onto the hunts just so he can get the age up going, and then goes back to sticking them on their preferred resources. That's a very different way of doing Dutch that I never used to do. What I've done in the past has been basically to play very normalish and get like 1 slave, because you can always afford 1 slave at the start of the game, add it to the gold, and if I can potentially grab some treasures, I might even go for 2, maybe even 3 slaves, and then just go food settlers all and out for the rest. And that's another way of doing it. Alright, so one thing here that's a little bit different, Nathan is actually going for market. He's going for market economy. Whereas Gommuistan is not going for market economy. So clearly a little bit of a difference there. Oh, looks like Gommuistan is getting a market now. So he's going to be getting that as well. So when you're thinking of the market as this Dutch civ, the most important techs are going to be your wood chopping and your gold ones, most likely. That's the ones that are probably going to make the most difference at the end of the day. Just saying. Those are the ones you're probably going to worry about. Now, hunting dogs is still good, since, again, all your villagers gather rates across the board. If they don't specialize in it, it's still going to be normal. So, I decided I didn't want to use that word, but I'm just going to use it because, hey, I can't think of any better vocabulary right now. Yeah, pretty much that. So, here we are with the fun stuff, the combat. So, well, no, he was going to ship something in. Alright, he is. So, he's going to make these guys called the flankers. Now, I need to explain these guys a little bit to you, since they're a little bit complicated. So, flankers are a hybrid between a crossbowman and a musketeer, which you would think is a very weird combination, but no, there's something like that. It does exist. So, the way it works in reality is, it has a bayonet, so it can counter cavalry and melee. It also has the same range as a crossbowman, which is about 16, plus multipliers against light cav. So they can counter dragoons at range and rip through cavalry and melee. Kind of reminds you of something, right? Azaps from Definitive Edition Ottomans, right? We've seen a lot of those during the PK clan tournament. A lot of usage of the Azaps between the Ottomans, and also the one batch of them you can make as the Indians with the Ottoman consulate. Oh, yep, these are basically Azaps. What makes them a little bit different, though, is that they have an insane movement speed of 4.5. You know who else has a movement speed of 4.5? Well, the Ashigaru Musketeers of Japan, right? The Ashigarus. So, these guys are very mobile. They move very quickly. That, combined with their 16 range, makes them very ferocious to deal with. You gotta be very careful with these units, the flankers. Right, and it looks like Gommuistan is also prepared with his flankers, but he has an outpost ready right here to defend his base. It doesn't look like Nathan went with the outpost at all. He went with the burger that ended up giving him 440 gold instead. Wow, a very good age up to prepare you for a fast fortress of some kind. As far as defense is concerned, Gommuistan has the preferred defense right now with this tower there. It also looks like Nathan is lacking the numbers right now because Gommuistan was just more prepared to make military out of the gate from his barracks and reinforce it with the 7 flanker shipments. So right now what you're witnessing is a flanker fight between flankers, right? And really it comes down to who's the most good with their micro, because you got to leverage that 16 range and that movement speed of 4.5. And whoever can run around really quick, get a free snipe on an enemy unit when they're not looking, that's usually who wins with the flankers. Flankers really depend on poor micro opponents, because if opponents don't have good micro, the flanker is like one of the best musketeers you could ever get because of that 16 range. It's just like a beautiful way to snipe. Snipe, snipe, snipe. You know, and then you retreat fast too. If you like it from the sound of that alone, look at this card. Souterage Mobile. This actually brings the flanker's movement speed up to 5, so even faster than an Ashigaru. Now, that's looking very fast, right? And that basically turns into a really good maneuverable unit, so very reliable. Alright, so now what Nathan does here, because he knows he's a bit behind, he ends up shipping in 6 grenadiers. And his idea that maybe I could get him with some really well-placed grenade throws, right? Makes a lot of sense. Just gotta be careful, because in Wars of Liberty, grenadiers are a very different unit, right? So in this game, grenadiers were actually a lot cheaper. They're the same cost as a musketeer almost. Well, not quite, a little bit modified. But it's a 1-pop unit. But here's the thing, it gets a charge attack, so it throws a grenade and then it loses the ability to throw grenades for 60 seconds. So see that right there? You lob this grenade, and now the grenadiers will pull their musket out and shoot for about 60 seconds. And once the 60 seconds are up, he can lob another grenade again. So you got to be careful with these grenadiers. Yes, they are cheaper, and you can have them in much larger numbers, but if you don't micro the grenade throws properly, then you just end up having like a flat musketeer with a bit of pierce armor and no anti-cav abilities. Yeah, grenadiers are best served to those that know how to micro in this game, because you gotta think really fast with these guys, and if you don't aim them fast enough in the right spots, the enemy army is not going to take as much damage as you want, because honestly, these grenadiers do a great job. You know, they do crush damage with the grenade throw, a bit of anti-infantry, about 1.5 against infantry, I think, and then obviously some splash. So if you aim them really well, grenadiers are a nice boost for you. But if you don't aim them well, then they're just kind of flat units, I would say, just filler paper. So you got to make it worth it. You got to make them worth the effort, you know? Yeah. One thing Nathan has as well is he has his marine shipment in there. So, yeah, basically Dutch are one of the European civs that actually can ship marines from the home city. So he gets a little bit of a supplemental unit as well. One thing to watch out for, Gommuistan has shipped in his 6 Grenadier shipment. He's trained about 5 of them, and then he's bringing in another 4 or 5 of them as well. So he's going Grenadier spam right now. He's gone into full anti-infantry. Now, the good news for Nathan is that Marines have multipliers against siege troopers and artillery. So these Marines will actually do more damage to these Grenadiers if given the time. So let's see if that ends up happening here or not. Also, it looks like Nathan is picking up steel traps, so there's going to be a bit of a better hooking rate as well. Okay, so keep those Marines alive, keep them on the Grenadiers as much as you can. Yeah, try to snipe those Grenadiers if you possibly can. Wipe them out before their next barrage of grenades comes out. But unfortunately, another group is coming right here. So, looks like Gommuistan has retained a very large army presence here. This is not good for Nathan. he really does not have the troops to be able to hold this off. He's really at the whim of Gommuistan at this point. And if he decides to push in fully. Yeah. Okay, so Gommuistan is out of food. Where it looks like he's, burning through it pretty fast on these Grenadier units. He is shipping in coin. He is going to get his steel traps now. So his food economy should be a little bit more equal to that of his opponent now, which would be really good there, basically. Yep, absolutely. So now, it's just a waiting game to see what Gommuistan ends up doing. When does he decide to push on his opponent? Because right now, Nathan is really behind here. Like, he's got to come up with something real fast. If he's just doing flank work, queuing at his barracks, he's not going to be able to match his opponent in strength. Alright, so this is what his plan is. He's going to get some of the Andantans, African Andantan allies. So the Andantans are a native warrior. They're a native warrior musketeer. The catch is that they're very weak, but you can get them in huge numbers. So look at the number right here. You get up to 13 warriors. That's a big number, but they're all really weak. They're kind of on par with, I think they're even weaker than the Russian musketeers. They're like really poop level stats. But there's just so many of them that they end up becoming a pretty decent support. Especially considering they don't cost pop as native warriors. So pretty much for you, that means lots of extra army to fight your opponent. That being said, looks like he engages with the Grenadiers now, trying to maneuver around the grenade throws a bit there. Looks like his grenade toss is over, so he can at least deal with that. Bills are getting shot. Alright. Andantans should arrive any second now. Flankers are still... Oh man, you can still got your bills out there? What are you doing? You gotta do something about that now. That's really bad. Can't leave your bills on when you're being, like, invaded like this. Absolutely not. Alright, here's the Andantans. Alright, but they're not being supported by anything, so they're gonna fall pretty quickly here. Okay, he's got three flankers, fine, but look at these numbers. Look at how much Gommuistan has committed onto the field here. This is a lot better for Gommuistan. Nathan is pretty behind right now, and it looks like these are all going to get shredded up as a result. Yeah, absolutely. That looks like a pretty clean win there for Gommuistan. Yeah, his army's completely swept. He only has the barracks, can't afford another one, and it's over. I don't think there's anything you could have done at this point if you're Nathan. No, absolutely not. I mean, Gommuistan, and we could look at the timeline. I want to look at the graph. And look at, like, let's look at the resource graph. Like, yeah, Gommuistan's method of build order looks like it skyrockets around this time, and then it just goes whoop, like that. And probably because of that, Gommuistan was able to maintain consistent military production earlier and better than his opponent. That's the big takeaway there. Basically using the Gommuistan build of keeping the vills on their preferred resources as much as possible, keeping the slave villagers on the gold sources, keeping the Javanese laborers on the wood sources, and keeping the settlers on the berry and farming sources, or hunting sources if you can't do that. There is berries on Alaska, so he was able to access berries. Then obviously your score tends to go up a whole lot. Yeah, isn't that good? And that led to more military production for Gommuistan. I think he also made a good move by switching to Grenadier, which threw his enemy for a loop. I think doing that basically said to Nathan, alright, doesn't matter how many flankers you got here, I got the charge grenade throw and I know how to use it. And that's just going to wipe your whole line of units out, which it looks like it did. Yeah, so that was pretty substantial there. I like that one. That was quite good. Here we are on another one now. Let's see what we've got in this match. So we got Nathan versus Gommuistan on which map? Adirondack, right? So Nathan is running Japanese. Gommuistan is running Bulgaria. Bulgarians versus Japanese. That's a very tough one to call, actually. That's a very fascinating matchup. So it looks like Gommuistan goes Hunting Lodge. Very important fact. I believe that means he will be getting 400 wood from his age up if you go with the livestock market. That's what I remember at least. When you go with the barracks, you get Grandmother Tonka and you get some free geese. Yeah, so he's not going to be getting geese. He's going to be getting some wood from this, which is very nice. Since he also has the hunting lodge up, that means he will be able to get bloodhounds. Basically a hunting technology reminiscent to hunting dogs, but a cheaper. Also, looks like Gommuistan picks up a nice 60 wood treasure. 60 wood. So one thing you need to know about Balkan explorers called the Chiefs. These guys, when they collect resource treasures, actually collect more resources than normal. So they get increased bounty from treasures. So if it's a food, wood, gold, XP, export, or oil one, they'll get more for it. And that's why you see Gommuistan being very diligent here and trying to get this 60 wood one. Because if he gets a 60 wood treasure, for him it's going to be like 70, 80 wood. So it's going to be a lot better for him to get that. Because then he can take that wood and he can probably get up a stable, something else a little bit sooner. Because, unfortunately, the way the Balkan civs work with their resource distribution... Oh, no. It looks like Japan is here. This is not good. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, no, man. That's horrible. Look at that. Look at Japan getting that 60 wood. That's not what you need there. That's good for Japan, though. I mean, look. Japan can get another shrine out now for it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Japan in Wars of Liberty is pretty much the same as it is in Definitive Edition. Same logic. You got the shrines. Villagers are totally pescatarian, so they can't hunt or use herdables. Really all that. So, always the first card to get is Japan would be Heavenly Kami. It should be your first and only card, usually in Age 1. Basically, cheapen up your shrines. Allow the shrines to trickle even better. And that's usually what you want to do there. Yep. Now, one thing I saw Gommuistan do, which is really interesting, he actually starts with a goose shipment of geese. That's kind of fascinating. I've never thought of that before. Usually when you go Bulgaria, you go right with the 3 peasant card. But now it looks like he's going with geese. So geese is a herbal, found up to 150 food. So it doesn't actually take a long time for the geese to fan up to their fullest amount. So basically very cheap. They're only about 50 food, so they're like really dirt cheap to make. And then when it is time to eat them, the time to eat them is a lot sooner. But just be aware that when you eat a goose, it's not going to give you a lot of food, you know. To put it into perspective, it really is only going to give you enough food to like make a crossbowman and a villager. That's about it. Nothing too fancy about. But yeah, no, that's kind of the point of these herbals. You train a ton of them and then eat them all together. So yeah, if you only need a few herdables, obviously it's super discounted and cheap for you to do. But yeah, no, that's kind of the logic of the geese. Alright, so he is going to be aging up at the hunting lodge right here. There we go. With Sophronius of Vizastia. Yep. Whereas Nathan's going to go, I think there's Toshuga Shrine, right? On this side. How's he doing right now? So he's right now about on 14 vills, right? Now, this is something that happened last week with Nathan. He got the consulate for the Portuguese allies, right? And then he forgot to use it. Oh no, he's going Japanese isolationism. Is that right? That's a little bit awkward and slightly inappropriate tactically. Because the only reason you should be getting consulate age 1 is Japan is Portuguese. Because Portuguese cheapens your first wonder to about 680 food. It's cutting off 120 of the resource. That's why people go Portuguese in age 1 with the consulate, because it cheapens the wonder and it cheapens the shrine cost, so it actually goes into your booming process. Going with Japan isolationism this early, kind of a weird tactic. I will just say that, because honestly, you should be more emphasized on the barracks, getting out your Shigumas or your Kie skirmishers. Basically, your replacements to Ashigaru and Yumi, respectively. Statistically, pretty similar. Pretty similar. I'll just say pretty similar. I think the Kie skirmishers in this game, though, do have more multipliers than Yumi archers do. So that part makes them a little bit more lethal. Yeah. Our treasure world Japan began now. 135 gold. Containers of chocolate. Muy delicioso. Muy dulce. Yeah. Love me some good chocolate. That's great. So now he's getting up his... Oh, he's going with the shogunate first? Okay. That's something. It's not what we see every day. I can't really say the merits of that. He might be experimenting with something there. I just wouldn't do that myself. I would either go to Shugu for greed, or if I wanted to go hyper rush, I would go Torii Gate. But I wouldn't be going shogunate. Shogunate is a pretty strange, unconventional tactic. It really is. It really is surprising. Yeah. So now it looks like the Bulgarian is shipping in about 8 upper Chenet infantry. Very good. And is he going to be getting the barracks? Yes, he's got barracks there. So he will be going the infantry route with upper Chenets. Upper Chenet infantry are a hybrid between musket and crossbow, but a little bit different than the Dutch. So these guys, the upper Chenets, what makes them the hybrid is they have 14 range, so they're actually a little bit more range than a musket. They also have pierce armor, which is another property of a crossbow, you know, more range and a bit of pierce armor. But on the musket side of things, it has hand armor and the heavy infantry tag. So, really isn't even anti-cavalry, believe it or not. They're really just a spammable, stackable trash unit you can make a ton of, basically. So, yeah, range attack of 18, hand attack of about 14, really low siege, and then combined armor. 20% pierce, 20% hack armor. So, kind of like an Age of Empires 2 archer, you know. Has a bit of pierce, has a bit of melee, can tank a little bit of each. And that's sort of the idea of some units in War's Liberty. They actually do have multiple armor values, right? It's just uncommon. Just like it is in Definitive Edition. Occasionally you'll find units that have 2 armor values like the Lafitte Knights or something, but more or less a pretty rare feature usually. So now we're going to see them go for a siege onto the market here, right? Yep. Or nope. I think he's just probing Nathan out to see if he can pick anything off, honestly. Whereas Nathan, he's going to go double shipment Kie skirmisher. This is absolutely the appropriate play to do, so he's following protocol quite nicely there. What you want to do now, get as many hits with these Kies as possible into his upper Chenets. Because these Kies will outrange them by about 4, because they have a range of about 18. Actually, a range of about 18. Plus, they get multipliers of 2x against heavy. So, really, their damage against these upper Chenets would be about 38, which is quite nice. It's very fierce. Also, is training some of the Onabushis from the Japanese isolation. They're kind of like Yamabushis, but they're female. After the Yamabushi becomes a girl, basically. Yeah. But instead of a big club, these girls use naganatas. But serve the same purpose. Good against cavalry. Good at sieging buildings. Yeah. So let's see what Bulgaria plans. So they're going to be probing in again with these upper Chenet infantry and upper Chenet cavalry. So upper Chenet cavalry are a little bit more easier to understand. They're just like a weaker hand cav, but still strong enough to be classified as 2-pop hand cav. And not quite as weak as a Cossack. That's important to know. But, yep, they're like really weak 2-pop cav. That makes any sense. Unfortunately, you only have like 10 skirms on the field, and you're dealing with scout units, so that's going to be an instant victory there for the Bulgaria. Just lack what they have there, yeah. with some DVR stuff. So should be good now to continue. Let me see here. Where are we on this list? I'm trying to remember. It's GVN3. Alright, here we go. So it looks like Gommuistan is currently up by 2 in the best out of 9. Played that Japan very solidly at the end there, utilizing his scout units to overrun the skirmish units. And unfortunately at that point Nathan just didn't have enough pikemen to be able to hold them off. I feel like Nathan's age up was honestly very delayed. He just didn't... Nah. I think where he messed up is he went with the very sus wonder, the shogunate, and his consulate choice in age 1 was super sus. So the ideal play would have been Portuguese consulate with Toshugu Shrine, or Portuguese consulate with Torii Gate. Those would have been appropriate plays, but going Japanese isolationism with shogunate, very situational and very limiting, I think, in a 1v1. So here we are in the next one. Nathan is running the Italians, and Gommuistan is running the Ottomans. So we got Ottomans versus Italians. So I need to explain right away how this Italy works here, because this is not the same Italy that you have in Definitive Edition. No, you do get these villagers called the merchants to do all the gathering, right? That part is kind of similar. And then you have the architect too. So you get a architect and then you get a merchant. Now, the way it works here is basically the architect does things a bit differently. So instead of building things for free, the way the architect works here, he basically trains wagons, and then the wagons turn into buildings. There's a variety of different wagons he can make, and they all have a preset of different buildings that they can do. So if you make a town wagon for 100 wood, you can make a house, you can make a livestock pen, you can make a dock, which is actually a really good steal of a price. You can make a marble statue. The only unique one, I think, besides the basilica, yeah, basically with the marble statue, what it does, it actually is a structure. If you put it down, the enemy cannot build within a certain radius of it, and then it detects stealth. So it's like having a little mini, I don't know, town center lookout that prevents enemies from ambushing you and doing all sort of that, and from sticking forward bases on you, which is quite good. So, yep, here's a town wagon right now. He's going to turn into a house, turn into a casa. Look at the little house beams on there and the little windows. Yep, you know, it's going to turn into a casa. Let's look at his deck. I just want to see what he's doing. So, this looks like a pretty normal Italian deck. We have seen some people run pasta before to get food crates added to their resource crate cards, which I thought was a pretty interesting idea. But I think probably playing it standard is the safe play here. I don't see any real abnormalities here. He's got all the good military cards. 6 Lion Inf, 8 Pikes, 8 Volunteers, aka Crossbowmen. He's also got the natives here too. He's got the Danikiles, the Danikas. Danikas is basically a spearman. They're kind of a weird spearman. So they got like the multiplier against cavalry, and then they have a multiplier against artillery. So kind of like a hand cavalry, like a melee dragoon, but I believe they don't even have like any sort of cavalry tag on them. They're just kind of a weird, freaky, isolated situation unit. Yeah, I know. Whereas Gommuistan is running Ottoman deck like this. He's actually already aging up with the Artisan for the 400 wood. But this is the Gommuistan deck. So he's got advanced trading posts as an option, which I don't think he's going to use here. He's got capitalism. He's got his resource crates of wood and gold. Janissary deli. And then he's got his Kuakoles. Maghrebi Kuakoles. So what these are is native grenadiers. So they're native grenadiers. So they're a stackable grenadier unit. And they're going to be really good against really anything in numbers, but particularly infantry and buildings. Yeah, because the fact is, in Wars of Liberty, like real grenadiers, not the ones that we saw earlier today, like real grenadiers, ones that constantly throw explosive stuff, they don't have a malice against cavalry in their range attack, so they can actually go full steam ahead. If you have enough of them, they can knock riders off their horse. That's really good. It's very powerful, actually. So that's definitely something you need to keep in mind when you're seeing grenadiers in this game. There's like two classes of grenadiers. They got the so-called Western grenadiers, the ones that carry a firearm. They do a charge attack, and then they'll start going pew pew with their little musket for like 60 seconds, and then they'll throw a grenade again. And then you have like another class called Bombardiers, and the Bombardiers are the ones that you're used to in Definitive Edition, the ones that just throw bombs constantly. They're lobbing them and sieging like crazy. Those are the ones that the Cojones are, is the Bombardiers. Now, the Ottomans also get a grenadier at their foundry, the Humbarasi. So you remember him from Definitive Edition, right? So what makes the Humbarasi pretty special is he's one of the only bombardiers in the game. So he's one of the ones that just sits there and lobs bombs like crazy. He doesn't have a musket and shoots it half the time. He actually goes to town with the siege. Yep, so what we're going to see here is a Ottoman fast fortress. He's got the food. He's picking up the 700 gold before doing anything else. Naked fast fortress material. And he's going to be going in age 3 to get Falconet, Abyss, Delhi, all these big boy cards here. And that's what the Ottomans usually stick to. He could even go fast industrial and go bombards. But I think in this situation, he's probably just going to stake it out in age 3. That's what I think he's going to do. So Nathan, he goes with 5 villagers first. Any forward base, any military? He can't even afford a military wagon yet, so I'm a little worried about Nathan. I'm a little bit worried about our hot dog man here, that he's not going to be able to catch up to him. Because, see, the military wagon that you need for a barracks, stable, or safe house costs about 200 wood. So he's got to, yep, you're right. He looks like he's queuing it up right now. He's going to have to get this wagon into a good position and build a barracks right away in this spot. Right, I don't know what he's going to do, though. That's the thing I'm concerned about. He's setting up so late that he's going to be dealing with an age 3 Ottomans, and he's just not going to have the types of troops he needs to do this. I noticed between this game and the last one, it just feels like Nathan has been moving a bit more sluggish. So he's not really able to catch up to whatever Gommuistan is doing. Like, Gommuistan's like 20 steps ahead in his build and everything, whereas Nathan's just a little bit stalled. And it's, it's stinging him a bit in being able to defend these things. Right, so he's going to go volunteers. Pretty fair. Only thing to watch out for is the falconets, the heavy cavalry shipments, and then the Abyss. Those are your main concerns. But obviously, volunteers will be great against the Janissaries, and that's good. Or cav archers. Okay, so Gommuistan is in age 3 now, and he will be able to get one of these shipments very soon. Yeah, he's going to have to pay an arm and a leg for the Safai one, so I'm assuming he's probably going to go this or this, either 8 Janissaries or Delhis. We have seen that that's a pretty appropriate opening with Ottomans, is to go Janissaries first with the 8 Janissaries and then follow it up with a more powerful thing later. So the Falconets actually do have some protection. So I think that's probably what we're going to see from this Ottoman. Whereas Italy's just going to queue up a ton of volunteers and run out. Right. Okay, so what is Gommuistan going to do? He's going to go 5 Delhis, right? I'm assuming. Because does he know what's coming at him? Because if he goes 8 Janissaries against a bunch of skirmish like this, that could actually be pretty good. Because there's one thing that the Wars of Liberty did to the Ottomans. It changed up their upgrade structure, so they no longer get veteran and guard upgrades. They just get a beefy Imperial Age upgrade. So there's a window with Ottomans that, you can actually outclass them in upgrades, which is, kind of interesting. But because the Ottoman units are so tough, they kind of just weather it out and do well anyways. So, yeah. Well, I think Ottomans are going to do really well here because he is going with the Safahi shipment, and he's also popping out a barracks. So he's going to have a nice batch of 5 Safahi doing splash. Then he's going to be able to back him up with Janissaries. So that's kind of a reasonable matchup. Should be able to keep those volunteers at bay and keep them retreated. Should be great. Yeah, look at that right there. Completely came... Ow, okay. Looks like... It's a trap now because Nathan thinks he's alright. But then the Sapphire's come out, he knows he's done for. It's like fatality right then and there. Look at that, man. Ooh. That's some OP stuff right there. Look at that. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Absolutely. Beautiful. Beautiful work right there. Italy did anticipate it, so they had a few pikemen there. But honestly, 5 pikemen is not going to be 5 Sappahis. You need like 15, 20 pikemen at least. And you need to micro them down one at a time to bite through each one of the cav units. But he just doesn't have those numbers to be able to facilitate that type of tactic. That's why all 5 Sappahis are now up still, and they're running towards me at a pretty good speed. Yeah.
Evet.
Good cleanup there by Gommuistan. It just demonstrates how powerful these types of cavalry are in this game, because the difference between a Sephahi and Wars of Liberty and Definitive Edition is that Sephahis in this game are part of a special cav class called the Assault class, which means instead of pierce armor, they get melee armor. So the Sephahis, as scary as it sounds, can actually tank some of the pikemen's damage with their hand armor. Yeah, hand armor. Like, literally the pikemen are literally doing less damage to them before they even can puncture their HP. So that's why you saw all these Sephahis, for the most part, surviving there for so long. It's like really good. Really good for them, yeah. And because of that unit supremacy, Nathan can't do anything. His gold's too low. Can't really get enough pikes. Yeah, and at that point, because Gommuistan is dominating on the battlefield, he's already at the stage that he'd be able to get falconets, this, called to win. Yeah, so that was quite good there, honestly. Yep, so I'm going to close out this right now. We're going to boot up again. Have to do something downstairs real quick, and I'll be back up, okay? Here we are. And let's continue with game number 4. Yeah. On game number 4, right? Yep. I think we are. See where we are on the list. Here, right? Okay. Let's do it. Here we are. We got, who is this? Let's see who we are. We got Nathan playing as Lakota, and we got Gommuistan playing as Mexico. Mexico versus the Lakota in the Tibet map. So, in this matchup, things are going to be pretty spicy. I believe Mexico, from an economic and defensive standpoint, should be able to fence off against Lakota pretty easily. Because this Mexico, clearly very different than the one we have in the 5th edition. So this one doesn't have all those fancy revolts and state age-ups and stuff. What they get is the ability to ship in a building called the Presidio. And the Presidio is a mini fort that you can train your infantry and cavalry from, as well as villagers, at about half the training rate. About double the training rate. So, what do I mean by double the training rate? That basically means it takes twice as long to train units from a Presidio. And that's sort of the point. You get like one primary town center to train your villagers, and then you can have like up to like 4 or 5 Presidios by the end of the game as sort of like subordinate town centers. They'll just work a bit slower, but they can also make military too and fire their powerful range shot as well. So, yeah, that's basically it. Basically, Mexico here is a very defensive.
¿Cuál es la orden?
Not only that, they get another good defensive bonus, where if one of these bills dies, right, they get replaced with the grave, and the grave grants you food.
Sí.
It's part of their Day of the
Hola.
Dead. Remember
Sí.
seeing those wonderful, colorful looking skulls in your neighborhood in America? Day of the Dead? That's basically what these Mexicans
¿Cuál es
have.
la orden?
So if they lose
Hola.
a unit, no, not losing a unit, but they lose a villager, the villager will return food. And there's actually a really good card in the Mexican deck that will actually make it so that you, I believe, get
¿Cuál es la
about
orden?
1.5 of the food back or something like that. Like a pretty good amount of food is returned, and actually more than the villager was worth. So you're actually pretty well, in some ways you can be rewarded for losing a villager, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but you can. Looks like he's not running that though. He is running the Presidio wagon. This is usually the preferred first card, because it's your way to getting down a nice Presidio that will give you some population. Obviously allow you to queue up a second thing for villagers, and if you don't want to do that, obviously you can use it to train your infantry and cavalry. And since you're in age 2, you don't have to worry about upgrades yet, so who cares if you can't upgrade them at the Presidio? It's just like a free barracks or stable almost. It just works a bit slower. That's about it. As for Lakota, what are we looking at with Lakota? Lakota's running 3 vills. Has his naturalist expedition, basically your furrier. He has his great hunter. He also has his sport hunting. Great hunter in the old game, as you know, pretty boring. All it does is act like a second spice trade, basically. So that's about all this is. So he's got all of his hunting cards, thankfully. So his food economy should be fine. He's got his C-10 bowman. He's got his war clubs, he's got his axe riders, he even has his dog soldiers, the Tokala soldiers if you want to be more specific. He does have his bison card here too, so he can ship these in even if he runs out of all the other stuff, which is great. Then in A3, you got this, he's got the support for the Wakinas, the Rifle Riders, and the Axe Riders, which I think is pretty good. He's running Mustangs to cheapen the cav. Then late game he does have an infinite axe rider and then a big boy Wakina shipment. Pretty good. Now he's going to go up with the chief. So he's going up with the 400 wood age up. He's playing, he's playing quartermaster style, which is good. Whereas Gommuistan, let's see what immigrant he chooses. So, for the American culture, I guess we could call it the American culture at this point in Wars of Liberty. Instead of aging up as a state, they age up as an immigrant. And the immigrant gives them a colony, like their own unique town center, alongside your own, where you can train battalions of their troops for about one shipment. So it's like getting a card, basically, an infinite card. And then there's 2 technologies that get unlocked with each age up that you pick that immigrant. So technologies and units, and you also get to train their workers too. Not for shipments but you know, it's a worker that does one skill very good and then the rest is pretty garbage at. So yep, that's awesome. Lots and lots of extra help. And what's better is it's a way that you access your ranged emergency unit. With the normal town, so you can only make the Solino, so it's like a emergency spearman. But it's not really a spearman because its melee multipliers are against siege troopers still. But if you want to get like the range Minutemen, you actually need a immigrant colony to do that to make the what's called the firefighters. Yeah, the firefighters. Yeah, literally just firemen. Yeah, firemen. Not the firemen you're used to, right? Because normally when you have a fireman come into your neighborhood, they're usually taking cats out of trees, maybe putting out a fire. But these guys, they can actually start a fire because they have torches they can rush with. So, not your typical fireman at all. Or maybe it's a fireman who's looking for job security. A fireman looking for job security. There you go. Yep, that's Wars of Liberty for you. Fireman looking for job security. Carries a firearm and a torch to make sure he's always needed on the job. Yeah, that's basically how it works. Yep. Totally Latin American. Alright, so which immigrant he went with? The Chinese wave? Okay. So the Chinese wave will give you some goats. And it actually unlocks them too. So if you want to build a livestock pen, you can actually make goats now. So it's basically a cheaper herdable. 100 food herdable. Gives you about 300 food. And he's building a temple. Nice. So here comes the Chinese colony here. So he's building the temple for a reason. He's actually going to go for this card here, the Guadalupina. Guadalupina actually improves your church build limit from 1 to 3. So you can have up to 3 churches, 3 iglesias in Mexico. And why that's important, not just because of the improvement to your trickle rate, because churches in this game trickle you XP, but also there's this card here, the Leyes de Reforma, that gives every church a crate of 300 gold. So having all 3 of those churches means you're giving yourself a 900 gold crate, which is really good. It's even better than the Chilean gold crates of like 800 gold. So that's pretty nice, pretty sweet. Alright, so here we go. Another in. This will be church number 2, and then you just have to cover the cost on the 3rd one. You should be all sort of set there, pretty nice. Nice. Very good.
¿Cuáles son mis blancos?
Alright, so here comes War Hut. Comes war clubs, and then shipping in 7 more war clubs there. Very nice. Alright, still queuing up there, right? Up from the town center. Always make sure you're queuing up from the town center first. It's Mexico, because the town center has a normal train rate. Whereas the Presidio one is a bit stalled. So he's got a livestock pen there to fan up the yaks on the map, as well as the free goats you got.
Listo para seguir, mi comandante.
Tech that you get is Mexico.
Listo para la emboscada, comandante.
So
¿Qué pasa?
¿Cuáles son mis
is just
blancos?
like a skirmisher unit, like a crossbowman style skirmisher unit. So if you get like a ton of market techs and stuff, you'll
Listo
get
para la
a decent
emboscada,
stack of
listo para la
anti-infantry
emboscada,
from these
comandante.
Estudiantes, basically. Yeah, statistically, not really that different than
Sí,
the
mi
crossbow.
comandante.
The range is the same, the multipliers are the same, the relative stats are the same. So, yeah, that's all you need to know about that. That's weird. Here comes the war clubs from over here, though. Nathan's thinking, alright, I'm going to want to siege down all of Gommuistan style. So I'm going to get a ton of war clubs here, and then I'm just going to use my axe riders to fight off April. Pretty reasonable, but then you realize, of course, there's the conscript, the Latin American musketeers. So what that'll allow you to do, obviously, musketeers have range attacks, so they'll be able to shoot these war clubs from the they have a nifty bayonets to fight cavalry and melee, and even take these war clubs as well too, because as you know, heavy infantry tends to have hand armor, so they can resist these clubmen. Clubman only does about 12 hand attack. So you can imagine a conscripto with 20% armor, only taking about 10 or so damage. So he can take a good number of blows before he goes down.
Saludar, ya.
So 20% armor, 30 HP. These are some good defense. You can take about 7 hits from those clubs. So a good amount. I mean, look at that. Just like tanking and tanking like that. You take more of them down, yeah. You can keep playing those war clubs basically. Yep. Back. Shoot. Yep. Nice. Oh man, look at ooh, insane. Comes with Salinas. Nice. Alright, so what Gommuistan did, which is a pretty good move, is he actually built a actual barracks so that at least he has a queue that will work better. Because notice how the conscripto queue with the barracks is working faster than the presidio. So that's why you want to have like a real barracks eventually, because this will put your military out at the same rate as your enemy, whereas the presidio is going to be a bit stalled. And if you need those troops right away, the presidio will let you down in an emergency situation. So you want to have the barracks there to do the primary emergency situations. So the presidio can sort of be a support structure for getting more troops out, yeah. Does Mexico have any wood? Yep, they can send wood. Very good idea. At this point, I think we need the wood card. He did get the Nea's card there, so he got about 900 gold between these churches, which is great. Looks like Mexico did get a house up as well, so he's queued up more conscriptos, and he is shipping in about 2 artisanal cannons, which is a... Oh no, he does go with the 700 wood. Alright, so we are building some more infrastructure there, so he can get some more housing space, yep. So now Lakota at this point, seeing what happened, they're thinking more about archers now. They're like, oh, I see muskets there, I can see 10. There's already has this big stack of clubs that he already had, but now he's archers now. But unfortunately for him, Mexico's right upon him now, so he only has about 5 archers, so it's not that good. Now the war clubs will be a bit of a distraction. Pick them. Alright, well, looks like he has about 6. You know, I didn't need as much time to fight these conscriptos. More archers now. Nice. And then the dog soldiers that's good. Yeah, well, hey, looks like they're doing okay. Doing God's work at least in that regard, yeah. Okay. Not bad at all, yeah. Took out majority of them, it looks like. Alright, here comes the 2 dogs. Oh, he switched to wood. Very interesting move. Yeah, he could have sent the dog soldiers out, I think, and that would have been okay, but Yeah, what's going to happen now is the Mexico's going to pivot fully into Lancero. So he's got a stable. Oh, no, he's not. He's using the Presidio for that. And he's also going to be shipping in about 3 Lanceros as well, getting them about 8 cav units. Alright, so that should be a pretty good counter against infantry. Non-heavy infantry, that is. Because if you look at the stats of a Lancero, notice that they have multipliers against the skirmish tag, which is a new tag that Wars of Liberty added. It's very reminiscent to the light infantry tag that we see in the 5th edition. So, Lanceros will completely butcher these archers. Really good. So that's what he's going for there. Now, it's going to be up to Nathan to use some common sense and say, alright, well, I do want to go fully archer. I do need to have a bit of anti-cav, because there is a good chance that this guy is going to try to trip me up with the huge bats of hand cavalry, so he's got to, you know, play it safe. And it looks like he is. He is actually considering some more war clubs. He's going to be more flexible and nuanced with his army and not just go with one thing and get completely swamped. I think that's really important, so that's going to be great for him there. As Gommuistan is growing pretty exponentially now. He's got enough troops to feel comfortable, so he's going to start using his Presidio again to start producing more vills. Basically getting him to sort of like a, not quite a Portuguese town center boom, but really a 1.5 town center boom, because the Presidio, as you know, is a much more train rate, so yeah, no, it's not quite a 2 town center boom, it's a little bit less than that, really. But it's definitely more than the 1 town center boom. That's great. From the farm side, right on top of the Again, the floor down. Not bad. Does protect his war chief since the Mexican explorer does have anti-hero multiplier. So that's actually pretty good profit there. It looks like Gommuistan does get his 2 artisanal cannon shipping out. And what else he's got? He's got gold. So he does have a way into age 3. That's worth considering. How about Nathan? Nathan, the hot dog man, also has his 700 gold. So both guys may go to age 3. It's totally a possibility here. But one thing Lakoa's going to do is going to take advantage of his defenses and basically build a teepee near his base so he can effectively turtle out a bit and, you know, basically have a bit of an HP advantage in his base against his enemy. So Nathan's going to do his best to flank his base so he has the teepee beefing his stuff up a bit, which is good, against those powerful Mexican troops, which are going to be riding in on pretty swiftly. Yeah, so that's a good setup on his end there, I think. Alright, so here comes some sailors. How did he get the sailors? He shipped those in? He actually had a sailor ship into this deck. Kind of an interesting includes, actually.
Listo.
Especially
Saludar.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, Lakoa doesn't get any artillery or siege troopers. So it's kind of an odd includes to do against Lakota.
Listo.
Yeah, no, I didn't really expect that at all. Probably would have considered another resource crate or even an economic card, perhaps. Maybe even the one that boosts up all the troop stats. Yeah. Chief down again. Dakota retreating into his base. I think the Chief is targeted though. That spot. Yes, it is. Now Lakota has to retreat his Ville and mount. Cans and Lancero's doing a great clean. It's over. Yeah. Good match there by Gommuistan. I think I knew from a Civ matchup standpoint that Mexico was the preferred Civ there anyways, so no harsh feelings there for Nathan. But Mexico, I think, will most definitely always be Lakota, because Lakota, what do they depend on? They depend on a lot of pressure, right, and raiding and stuff. You don't want to raid Mexico, because as soon as you take out a Mexican villager, they get the food grave, and then the food grave trickles for like a number of seconds, and then they actually end up with more food than before that villager died. So you got to be really, really careful about how you tackle that Civ. It's like really, really important, you know, because if you don't do that, things can go south rather quickly. It's very serious. Very, very serious, actually. So, yep. Definitely got to consider that when you're going in that matchup. So, what do we got here? We got Nathan playing as Chile. And we got Gommuistan playing as Uruguay. We got Juanito Civ versus a Juanito Civ on Watermelon. So, the really cool map. It looks like the fin of a fish. Yeah, like notice the shape of it. It's really cool, right? So Uruguay and Chile. I think in the case of the 1v1, the Uruguay has a bit of a better standing, but Chile is decent. You know, it's a Latin American, so that's what it is. I don't think they're gonna do bad. I just prefer Uruguay. They get better on Chile. I've seen a ton of good Chiles be played in 1v1 and might do a great job, so this one's looking a little bit more easy. But I do think Uruguay would have better. Uruguay needs a ton of resources to upgrade things. As Uruguay gets to train their immigrant units from the buildings, right? You can make your infantry battalion from the barracks, you can make cavalry ones from the stable, and then you can make your artillery ones from the mountain. For resources. So normally with the Latin Civ, you like the immigrant battalions, you have to like show an entire shipment, and it's basically like a card at that point. While you still have that with Uruguay, you can still produce the units that way. You can also train them for resources at their normal buildings, effectively giving you double the immigrant units. And you know what that means? Since immigrant units are consulate units tag-wise, it means you can effectively save on all their veteran, guard, and imperial upgrades because they shadow tech with each agent. That's like a ton of save wood and gold. And that's why I prefer Uruguay myself. And I think their immigrant selection is quite good, since if you don't like an immigrant option on the agent they show up on, you get a new one that you can pick later on. So there's many, many different possibilities with Uruguay, whereas with most Latin Civs you only have 3 immigrant options, so not a lot of variety. Uruguay you can mix and match up to, trying to do my truth table in my head, my computer science truth table, true and false. Or my combinatorics. Yeah, this would be a question of combinatorics, yeah. That's right along computer science, I think. Combinatoric of this, the number of combinations that you can do with Uruguay would be up to, well, I think it's like 81 possibilities of Uruguay, if I remember correctly, or something like that, close to 100, because, oops, sorry about that, oh, I had the volume up too high, sorry, oh, thanks for telling me. You want me to go back and do the other one again, or what? Nah, maybe not. But, okay. Is that good? Nah, that should be fine. That should be a lot better now. Okay. I think we're good now. Alright. Yeah, you should have said that a bit sooner, man, because I would have fixed it a lot quicker. I think I went through one game with the high volume, so not a horrible loss, but nah. But I'll repeat what I just said. So for this match, I think I'm gonna put my bets on Uruguay, because Uruguay has really the immigrant units as their primary troop, because they not only can they get them the traditional way through the immigrant colony buildings by shipping them for a shipment, but they can train them for resources too. And when you combine that together, you lead to basically a whole army of soldiers that you don't even ever have to upgrade with veteran guard or imperial upgrades, because they all get shadow teched as consulate style soldiers, tag-wise. So basically you save a ton of resource costs with the Uruguayans, and you're almost always rewarded for aging up sooner and getting more advanced troops, because they're going to be fully upgraded and supported no matter what. And if you do decide to go with the fast industrial, which you can do, those troops, once you hit age 4, are going to be guard upgraded. So, talking like 800 wood and gold. Yeah, perfect. That's always good. So, for everybody going forward, if I do forget to turn the volume down after idling for a bit, always just give me a holler and say, "Hey, I can't hear the game here. Can you help me out?" And I'm like, sure. Yep, absolutely, I'll help you out. So, yeah. Alright, so looks like Uruguay has gone to market. They got double-sided axe, the wood chopping one, and they got hunting dogs, the food gathering one, which is quite good. Right? And as for Chile, Chile has their market going, so we got to be very cautious about Chile. So Chile has this interesting bonus where their villagers are affected 50% better by economic upgrades, but economic upgrades also adds an additional cost to the unit. So basically, hunting dogs for these villagers, the rotos, is a gather rate of 15% instead of 10. So that's quite good, actually. But it ends up turning it into a 105 food villager versus a 100 food villager. So you got to make a choice. You either get the market text right now and enjoy the immediate reward of the better gather rate, but you suffer because the villagers are more expensive now, and they actually will start to cost things other than food. Like, see this wood chopping tech coming in? Now there's a 5 wood cost to it. If you get a mining tech, you're talking about adding a gold cost to it. So you're also really forced as Chile to make sure that your villagers are never raided. Because if you lose villagers as Chile, you have to pay back all that cost. You have to retrain the villager for the 5 wood and the 105 food, and potentially any other additional costs as you add more techs to the unit. So, yeah, basically if you can keep the vills alive and you can keep them going and finagle the techs in, Chile is a great civ. But if it becomes a problem where you're going to get raided and you can't control that, then it's a really nightmare of a civ to use. As far as military is concerned, they're a little bit abnormal. So these musketeers here, the Cívicos, they're a little bit different. So they're not as traditional as a normal musket. I believe their hand attack is a little bit. I think they're no. You know what makes these Cívicos different? It's their range attack. Their range attack is horrible. It's only about 18. That's really abysmal. But their hand attack is great, because they get 8 times 5, so kind of like a pikeman almost, like a medium pikeman. And then they get this other ability called the Chubrica del Diablo mode, where they pull their swords out and they run. They actually start charging, and then they gain a multiplier of against infantry instead of cavalry, and they become an anti-infantry unit, which should only really ever be used in numbers, like once you hit like 15, 20 of them. Because if you do it with too little, then they just get picked off by the enemy easily because they're not able to connect as fast. So you gotta make sure that you use them properly with the Chubrica Diablo mode. Like in this situation, going into staggered mode is probably the preferred play, because Gommuistan went with the Polish immigrants, which has a duel legion. This is a grenadier. So the best thing you can do against grenadiers, go into stagger mode, so they waste their charge attack, and then you can go back into a normal formation if needed. So going with the small number of troops up there in stagger mode was a smart idea by Nathan, because now he's basically spent most using the Explorer too, not bad, because yep, now all these grenadiers have wasted their charge attack, and they can't use it again for another 60 seconds. It's just like a skunk, you know, if you're out in the yard and you're dealing with a skunk and it sprays you, and you have to obviously stick the ketchup on your head or whatever to clean it off. Obviously there's a period of time that the skunk has to recharge his spray. That's the way grenadiers work in this game, you know. They throw their big bomb at you, but they have to recharge it, and you have that opportunity between the recharge to start acting against them. Now, I don't know, because it's so early and he doesn't have a lot of troops, if he's going to be able to exploit that. But that was a good, you know, attempt. I mean, we'll watch right here. He might be able to get away for a while without dealing with those grenade attacks. But unfortunately, Gommuistan, being who he is able to keep up the queue, and thus he will have other. Oh, it looks like they did reload. You see, that's the problem. You gotta like find a way to like waste their grenade throws and then engage with them. So it's a whole different beast, really. Yeah, it looks like at least now they're... Oh no, some of them still have their grenade throws, so that's not good. He's got to plan this out. Because Civicos, I feel like, are not going to be able to hold it against these guys. Yeah, he's going to have to study carefully. See, he's got more grenade throws. This is not good. Plus, he's got all these numbers, too. I feel like this is another Nathan moment that you're just behind in the macro and the timing. Because you got Gommuistan running right out of the gate with all these grenadiers, and he just lacked the defensive numbers. I think Chile personally is a slow civ to start. That's the main problem. Chile, to me, I think in 1v1 does not deploy fast enough. Whereas Uruguay, they are very streamlined and very quick. Because, you know, they can just go with the same unit between their immigrant colony and their barracks or stable, and it's just like a quick out the door sort of thing. The other thing too is that these Uruguayan villages, the Pequeños, actually house their own population space. So basically when you train one of these villagers, they actually give you +1 pop space, which is great, because essentially what it does, it allows you to have infinite population to the point that you don't even need houses almost, right? Yeah, eventually you will need them, because it will get to a point where you're not going to be able to keep it up without houses, but for a while you can actually save on a ton of wood that would go into the housing costs and just go with that basically, yeah. Yeah, going into artisanal cannon is an interesting choice, though. I think that at least gives you a bit better anti-infantry, honestly, so I can kind of side with you on that. So going with the Foundry was a good pivot, I think. Now, you do need to be worried, though. Let's look at Gommuistan's deck. He does not have Lancero in there. He does not have the Lancero card in there, which is good for you. Because if he had like a 3 Lancero shipment in there, you would kind of have an issue, but since he's going all in barracks, you can kind of make this work if you're sure to keep these guys, you know, use them properly. Now, when you're going with artisanal cans and have very little troops, you got to make sure to spread them out like peanut butter and jelly on bread. Because if you don't, the charge attack on the grenades is just going to overwhelm them. Look at this right here. See what's going to happen. You've got the grenade throws. Yep, they get pulverized by grenade throws because guess what? Grenadiers do crush damage with their charge attack. And And artillery just doesn't have crush armor. It has pierce armor. So you got to make sure to spread those cannons out like peanut butter and jelly on bread, or mayonnaise on your turkey sandwich. Because if you don't, they're gonna just get shredded by the grenade throw. You gotta be very careful with that. It's a real huge concern there, basically. Yeah, quite serious actually. So 100%, you gotta be careful with that premise. But from what it looks like right here, he is able to pulverize through all those. Quite good. Has like one cannon left, but that should be an easy single target down, I think. Yep, very nice. Good, very good. Let's see if he attacks the, no, he's gonna go for the heart of his base. Yeah, because Nathan doesn't have anything left for him. Oh, he's going Savicos. This is useless. This is like nothing. Yeah, no, I mean, he's totally overwhelmed. Savicos can't hold their own against this. Oh, he got his charge attacks back too, so that can is gone as well. Good demonstration of why Uruguay is one of the better ladder sits in the game, because they have really little problem like stacking troops like this at the start. They can either do it with the anti-infantry by doing it with the grenadiers, the Danube legions here, or they can go Arabs and do it with the musketeers, the Gallegos. They can either go the anti-cav route or they can go the anti-infantry route, and either route can lead to a lot of stuff. I prefer the Arab route because I feel like having the anti-cav option is going to serve you well in a lot of scenarios, especially since there's so many civs that have good scout and assault units. You just need to be prepared for that sort of thing. Yep. Absolute destruction right there. Destruction, demolition, derby. Oh, that was quite good. Very good, actually. Very nice. Alright, so let's go on to the next one. Good attempt there, by the way, Chile. I like that you made the pivot into artillery, but the problem is that you need to make sure that you can spread them out thinly enough that you can sort of blast them from all corners. Because if you can't do that, you gotta like have something else there. Like you should have maybe considered going hand cavalry first, like Lancero, and then putting the artillery in. So that way the artillery is covering the hand cav, and the hand cav can. But I understand it's kind of complicated because guess what? Grenadiers are heavy infantry still, so that means basically your hand cavalry are not dealing their lancer multipliers against them because they're heavy infantry, and that part kind of stinks a little bit. So yeah, big time. So let's go into game number 6 now. Good series. Good series. Gommuistan's been holding strong this whole time. Been quite impressed with his gameplay, actually. Yeah, I know. Alright, so here we are on Colorado again. Gommuistan's running Romania, and Nathan is running Bulgaria. So we got 2 Balkan civs this time. 2 Balkan civs. So this should be a pretty fascinating one. It really comes down to implementation. Bulgaria is a very unorthodox, strange civ to run. If you don't really know Bulgaria that well, sometimes it feels like the Romania can feel a little bit more comfortable and stable for you. But I think when done right, a really good Bulgaria will always beat a Romania. Just because of Romania, I think their roster is kind of... It's not bad, it's just not Giga Chad, I guess. Yeah, no, it's just not, like, booming good, if that makes any sense. You know, they do get a musket, they do get a skirm, they do get a scout unit, a dragoon, but they don't get an assault unit. That's one thing that they lack, Romania, and that sometimes ends up hurting them a lot, is that they just don't have as good heavy cavalry for fighting muskets with. Whereas Bulgaria gets a really good one. It's actually their special royal guard unit, the convoy. So, yeah. And did I mention that Balkan Civs Royal Guards also gives you extra effects as well? Beyond just the, the normal. So for Bulgaria, for instance, their Royal Guard, the convoy for the Honor Guard, Gives it hit points, but it also gives it both hand and pierce armor, so it makes it a tanky unit. As for Romania's, the Rosiori Handcav, the Royal Guard for the Calarasi Handcav, it adds a charge attack and more damage. So Balkan Royal Guard upgrades were a bit more chaotic than the ones that the Europeans and the Latin Americans, or the American culture, uses, I should say, because eventually United States and Canada will join the American culture and they'll have Royal Guards of their own. So yeah, I'll just call it the American culture. America, yeah. Basically the Western Hemisphere culture. That might be a better name, the Western Hemisphere culture. Pretty much, because outside of a few islands that the Europeans own in the Caribbean and Suriname and that French Guyana and stuff, it's mostly just Western Hemisphere countries in that culture, yeah. So let's see what's going on in the Romania deck. So this is the Romania deck. He is gonna go with a shipment of Roma slaves, or gypsies here, in a Verdun wagon. So Romania gives you options. You can either make the regular villagers the peasants, which is the same for all the Balkan civs, or you can make the gypsy wagons. The gypsy wagons basically come with a shipment of gypsies inside of a wagon. And the way it works is the gypsy villagers can gather XP while they work. So they actually can get you very quick cards. But the only catch is the fact that they also gather worse near the town center. So as you know, in like history, the gypsies would always be in like the outskirts of town and they would do all sorts of shenanigans and stuff historically and everything. So yeah, that's how they work in this game basically, is you know, you try to keep them away from the main town and they retain a normal gather rate, but if you get them too close to the town center, then they actually suffer a debuff and they gather really bad. So you gotta like keep them away from the main town center, but it also means they're more susceptible to being raided. And the way you counteract that pretty much is by using this, the Verdun wagon. It's this very sturdy wagon that has hand armor to really protect you against cavalry and different forms of hand infantry. And that's sort of what you're supposed to do. Because another thing I just noticed right now that I've never really considered, the Roman slaves are also weaker in hit points. Yeah, that's basically it. So that's another thing you got to consider there too. Yeah, let's see what Bulgaria's doing. So Bulgaria's already aging up with the Hunting Lodge. He's going up with, again, Sophronius of Lyastia to get that 400 wood. In terms of deck, he's got a pretty well-established deck, I would say. He's got a good set of shipments to send in, regular ones, as well as his Samara banner cards. There's two types of cards with Bulgaria. You got your regular unit cards, really normal, and then you have Samara banners. Samara banner cards will take all of your Opel Chanet infantry or cavalry and turn them into a new unit, right? Because Bulgaria gets an unfortunate anti-bonus where their units are available an age later, as well as their upgrades an age later. So, you actually can't even train, theoretically, depending on how you consider it theoretically, Bulgaria can't even train military in age 2. They can only just make their Opel Chanet militias, and then they would use these cards here, these two cards, Samara Bannered Scytheman and Samara Bannered Hajusi, to turn their Opel Chanet infantry into one of these, yeah. And then later on, you'll get some for the cavalry too, where you can turn your cavalry into honor guards. So yeah, basically, this is one of the only ones that's an infinite one in late game that you can get, so you can constantly use it, which I think is quite good because you're paying for the cost of the cheaper scout unit, but you're turning it into the tough, beefier assault unit. So yeah, that's always fun. So here comes the Bloodhounds here. Basically a cheaper version of hunting dogs. Shipment of 8 Opel Chaletsi and training of 4 Opel Chalet infantry as well, which is good. I'm trying to figure out here if Gommuistan's going fast fortress or not. Because it looks like he's holding back. He's not really making anything else other than the artillery foundry he started the game with. Yeah, he's going to ship in about 7 Durbanti to get some sort of defense. But other than that, I'm not too sure. Yeah. I think Gommuistan is being... Gommuistan believes that he can get away with the fast fortress here. That at this point Nathan won't be able to get enough Opalshenets out to siege his stuff, because look at these stats. 8 siege. That's really bad. So yeah, you actually can't even really rush somebody's base with just Opalshenets unless they're in really big numbers. Once you get a lot of them you can, but at least at this stage their stats are just so abysmal that you can't. Nah, you actually have to use the Samara Banner Scytheman card to turn them all into Scythemen to make them viable siege units. It's really the only method you can use, and that's actually a strong build for Bulgaria. They make a ton of Opalshenet infantry, so they force you to like make skirmishers and stuff, and you know, fight it out in range. Or sometimes they'll even make cavalry to try to rush them. They go like, oh, if I get a lot of hussars, I can beat them. But when they do that, they turn them all in the Scythemen, and then they just go right through your base, and it's done. Yeah. It's quite serious. So that might happen there. And this is typically what the Bulgaria would do too. He would actually Bulgaria will get like 2 or 3 barracks and start mass queuing out Opalshenets in very big like army waves. And then once it's opportune, just turn them all in the Scythemen and just bum rush the town center and all the houses and the production buildings. And then it's like really GG at that point. And then if there's any other remaining troops that you have to fight, then you would turn the other ones into Hajusi, which is the skirmish unit to like shred the rest of the muskets on the field especially. That might be hard to beat with spearmen, and that's what you would do for that. So one thing leads to another with Bulgaria. That's one thing you'll find. Whereas Romania's aging up with Nicolae Boloscu. So that's quite nice. He will have a barracks, and he also has his artillery foundry down, it looks like. What might he do? He might go for Venatori. He might go for the mule artilleries. Who knows? He's got a few powerful card options there. Whereas Nathan's just going to keep stacking his Opalshenet units to pressure his enemy's position, which I think is a great idea. So let's just see if he does it correctly. Like if he can do what I said, get a big army, time a Samara banner, he will get the win. But if he doesn't do that, gives Romania too much flexibility to mass up and get like Venatori, mule artillery, lots of anti-infantry. It'll force the Bulgaria to respond to that with their own cavalry and stuff, and then they just slow down and get croaked. So you have to be careful there, basically. Otherwise, it might not go good. Here comes Opalshenets. Yep, very nice. Let's see where they go now in this spot. Ah, what happened there, man? What are you doing, laddie? He just deleted his town center and he deleted his market. What is he doing, man? Son, are you okay? What just happened over there? What just happened over there, man? He didn't. No, he doesn't have a foundry. I was like, wait a second. Did he make his P-Tard units and just nuke that base? No, he doesn't have any. What is he doing, man? Supposedly, Gommuistan has a town center. It says that there was one, but what happened? Why did he delete his town center? Did you see that? That's unheard of. He probably misclicked with the hotkey and is like, like that. That's horrible. I've done that, but I've done stuff like that before. It's not very good. But, what treasure is this? 95 wood? No, he needs that. He needs that to get a TC back right now. Thankfully, with Balkan Explorer, you get extra wood from your treasure, so it'll be 142 versus the number that I gave you before. He just needs it back. He actually has enough wood now to put a TC down because Wars of Liberty eventually got smart and made town centers cost 500 wood instead of 600, so he can get his TC now. Who's he gonna get? I don't know. He's gonna put it right up here in the corner. So yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, no, this is quite crazy actually, big time. Now what is the Nathan gonna do? Yep, here comes the Samara Bear into Scytheman. Good boy. Got 43 of them. And then the 5 are going to ship, and he's going to have like 48 spearmen to rush his base. So let's see him do it. Let's see if he can pull it off. I think right now is actually a good time for it because Gommuistan is lacking huge numbers of muskets right now, right? They're not veteran either, so that's good. The only thing that might become an issue is the fact that the Romanian muskets actually have more hand armor than normal. So yeah, basically their hand armor is about 0.4. So they tank about 40% of melee damage. That is huge. That's like a really big tank basically against melee. It's really significant. Yeah, no, they counter hand attacks really good. So that's the only thing that might save them here. But otherwise, it looks like Nathan did send a substantial group of Scythemen through the Samara Bear. He's going to have a viable push means now. Looks like he is coming up on this side, too. So, odds are he can find that town center and at least put it into check, which would be great. Yeah, no, that's great. This will go really good for him here. You'll see very, very soon what I mean. Yep, here comes the Scytheman right now. And they are going to come right along side over here. Yeah, exactly, like that. Quite nice. Let's put it right there. Very nice. Right there now. Very good. DC. Very nice. Yep, he's going after the towns there, but again, the hand armor on these door bounty is nothing to laugh at. Okay, is he gonna get the town center? No, should have gotten the town center down at least. Because now that was a botched rush. Should have gotten the TC down, like burned 500 of his wood. Because now, it's like you didn't even get anything done there, man, which is a total waste. Yeah, no, always if you know you're going to lose your army and you know the TC is almost down, just gut the town center. Make it worth it, you know, like if you burn his town center and force him to have to rebuild that stuff, that's a good way to annoy him. But if you just leave it there, that's not going to be good because then you just wasted a whole army for nothing and now the enemy is going to be riding on you now because you're Bulgarian, you're not that flexible. Like, the only defense you get at this point is Hajusi. Hajusi. Turn your Appelshenets into Hajusi. And you only get that. You don't get any other sort of option until age 3 when you can send another one here. So, yeah, no, that's kind of a serious one, honestly. So you have to be careful pretty much. Yeah. Oh, yeah, see this? No, you're totally overwhelmed. You got artillery, you got the Monty. Yeah, no, he's just going to shred your sight. He decides, oh yeah, now I'm gonna fight you, but yeah, no, wait too late at that point, pretty much, yeah. And yep, 3Q Appelshenets, shipping in the Vendatori. That should finish it, I think. Yeah, Romania should be able to close it in now, especially with that powerful skirmisher shipment arriving, the Vendatori. Vendatori, quite a durable skirmisher, honestly. Yeah, no. Vendatori, you should be very, very careful of pretty much. Because they can take a lot of damage, typically. compared to a normal skirm. Yep, this is what they look like here. So yeah, 234 HP. That's pretty good. It's pretty nice actually. Whereas the rest of the ranged attack is a little bit less, but definitely the HP makes them really good and durable. Oh, the mule artillery too. That's like a really devastating way to force back these upper Shinets as well. Which is quite good. Nice. Let's clean up the rest of these infantry. Be all good, right? Very nice. Very, very nice. Yep. Alright, now we're going to go into the next match now. And we'll see what Nathan has in store for us next. But honestly, I really respect the fact that he knew what to do with the Opal Shined Scytheman card. Because I feel like we get a ton of Bulgarians that are starring out and they just don't know to use that. But Nathan knew to use it, and that gives him an honorable mention there, because it means he's going on, he's moving in a good direction, learning the Bulgaria Civ, which is important, I think. So yeah, that definitely, you know, made me a little bit impressed, honestly. So now we're gonna go on to this one, right? Game number 7, and then game number 8, and game number 9, right? Yep, pretty much. Here we are, Parallel Rivers. We got Nathan running Paraguay, and Gommuistan is running Paraguay as well. So we got a Paraguay mirror. These are always very, very tight and interesting, yeah. Because Paraguay's got a very unique setup, because they get these slightly more expensive food villagers that have double, basically like full shotguns in combat, so they're really good combat oriented vills. But then you get these factories that cost 3 population, that you get food ones, gold ones, and wood ones that you supplement your economy with alongside these guys, the Koiguas. So yeah, Paraguay gameplay is always a bit different. And also too, Paraguay's barracks and stables produce free stuff over time as well, so always getting free military rolling in too. So yeah, Paraguay is all about automating your macro to an extent. Yeah, to an extent, not completely, as it was in the past, because in the past Koiguas had a reduced gather rate and they were not that good. But the devs eventually like rebalance them so that they can actually be a good, competent villager, and then you just support them with the factories instead of the other way around, you know. Yeah, because there's not always an opportunity based on a match, so you'll be able to get a ton of works factories right away. So if the works are like sort of the heart of the economy of the Paraguay Civ on their own, then things can go really south really quickly. So you gotta give that villager option if people can't get lucky with the treasure RNG to get an extra works out or two in the mid game. One thing maybe worth looking at is the deck differences. So this is a Gommuistan Paraguay deck. Has all the late game economics. Only has food works. I think that's pretty okay. You know, because these are the ones you really need. And I figured it out over time through wisdom that I've rarely ever needed to, you know, send a wood or gold works in the middle of the game. Usually when I have to do that in a 1v1, that means that I'm close to being defeated. Yeah, no. So it's some ways you only ever need that one food works wagon from the home city and nothing else. Yeah, no. But I guess in some really tough grinding situations, having the infinite card other than this, having the wood and gold one can be a lifesaver, but it's just not super typical now. That's all I'm saying, basically. Yeah. Just a 4A food treasure, right? Pretty good.
See?
Nathan, though, has a bit of a different approach. So he goes with the gold works. That's really interesting, yeah. Because typically what I use is a build I learned from Gilder, where you ship into Foodworks, but then you macro between mines and wood to get a second Foodworks. That's what I typically do there, because I feel like if I get 2 Foodworks in Age 1, and then I follow it up with Hemeroteca, I can go French immigrants, and then get 2 free Foodworks wagons through the bakery's tech at the French immigrant colony. That's what I do there. So it looks like Nathan is also going to be going French. It looks like he's just taking it from a different angle than I would, right? Whereas for me, I would, get 2 Foodworks in Age 1 and then go to Hemeroteca to get the +1 build limit so I could get 2 in Age 2. Then, yeah, I guess it's a different take on it, I suppose. I will say, though, starting out with gold is going to allow you to get more artillery, typically. Or at the very least, be able to train cavalry from your stables. The Akayobatai trash unit. Small chance it might be you trying to make the outlaws through the Codillo, perhaps. That's a whole nother feature I'll talk about if we see it here, basically. Because, yeah, Latin America has a ton of different soldiers. You got your regular army, you got the immigrant army, and then you have a Codillo that makes outlaw units. He gets generated when you build a town hall, so... yeah, so much stuff going on, basically. French wave for Gommuistan. Nathan's almost up with it right now, so he's technically a bit ahead in the age up time. However, his economy a little bit slow. Because obviously without 1 to 2 Foodworks at this stage, your food economy is going to be kind of sluggish. And since you have to pay so much with Paraguay to afford the Coaguas, or to a regular bill, that can add up a little bit over time, statistically, and it can cause some issues. Right, the Master Engineer here is building the Town Hall right now. Very essential building for the Latin Americans because that's where their Codillo was born here. Ferrari Singua. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because the Outlaw can train up to 3 different Outlaw units in the game. But with Brazil being the only exception, they can actually make 4 different Outlaws for their civs. So, yeah. And I believe 2 of them are common outlaws, and then 1 is a unique one that specializes for that civ. So, crazy stuff, yeah. He's also picking up the outlaw card here, Club Nacional. Receive 2 free Codillos in your town center while Codillos become weaker and outlaws cost -2 population. Yeah, that's pretty much it there. And if you don't have this card, because this is unique to Paraguay, yours would be called Codizimo. It would have a sort of a similar effect, basically allowing you to have another Codillo from your town hall, pretty much. Where's Nathan got now? 700 gold. Good move. That's quite good. Picking up the chopping tech, it looks like. Going for a fast fortress. Now, Fast Fortress for Paraguay is possible, and it is sometimes warranted in certain situations, particularly ones where you're dealing with a very powerful mid-game civ like Germany and others that can really mess you up in Age 3, because you'll need all the troops you can get, including units, maybe a shipment of rockets to be able to hold off those mid-game pushes and start shoving back, basically. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Right, so he's gonna get some Pardos too, right? So he is building up some Spearmen too, which is always good. Typically for an age 3, sometimes you'll start French and then you'll pivot towards Croatians for age 3. Which can be definitely a very interesting experience, because the Croatians, while they give you a ton of wood, kind of like the Corps Master, they sort of have a dilemma where they can't make any military until age 3. Because the unit they have there at the colony, isn't available to age 3 because it's a skirmisher, and then 2, you do get access to a sailor's Croatians, but because you can't make the boat that makes them, you have to unfortunately try to age up a bit later, yeah, basically. Alright, so what we got here, the Tiradores. I want to touch on these guys right away because these are the Outlaws Dragoons that I was talking about. So, in general, Outlaws for Latin American civs are usually very beefy and tough counterparts that usually have a special tool. So, for the Tiradores, in addition to being good against cav and artillery, he's got a small multiplier against heroes as well. So when it comes to seeing like the Lakota's war chief, these Tiradores would probably be the first thing you would want to use to like target any sort of hero-based thing as well. Looks like Nathan is going to be making even more of these Tiradores too. Quite nice. Okay, so you got Spearmen, 3 Cohete rockets. Did Gommuistan build his heavy works yet? No, so that's just the big boy shipment of them. Now he's getting the important tech. This is one of the most important cards for mid-game Paraguay, the Fundiciones. It gives you 2 more of these rockets, the Cohetes, and then allows you to produce more of them for free from what's called a heavy works, or a big artillery factory. So you know about the food works, right? It makes food. Nathan has a gold works here, makes gold. There's a woodworks, but then there's a heavy works that focuses on making these rockets. In addition to that, it also has unique technologies just for Paraguay, including one that increases the range of their culverin type artillery, the Volante, one that adds more HP to all artillery, one that improves the gather rate of the works buildings, one that adds more multipliers against infantry to artisanals. Yeah, it's a pretty good variety of stuff. And also techs to improve the train rate of the Cohetes from the heavy factory itself. So, nice variety, I would say. Yeah, big time. Okay, so here comes more rockets, up to 5 of them. But unfortunately, they will be fighting Dragoons. tanky dragoons of Paraguay. I think looks like Nathan is going for mass Saltatore here from the looks of it. So kind of an interesting idea. I don't know how good it will go, but yeah, it should be pretty nice, right? So unfortunately it leaves his area a bit bare there. Now Nathan can just sort of snipe his rockets. But he does have to mine the spearman though. One for the spearman. I think Nathan would just eat it like a Nathan's hot dog at that point and just get rid of those rockets there. But unfortunately he can't because of that situation. Looks like Gommuistan is starting to build works. He's got the food one here already from the start of the game, and now he's going to add a gold one in. So very little trickle economy between these two Paraguays, you can tell. Not going uber into the whole works trickle thing as I think they might want to or should. Yeah, it's a little strange. Definitely. Absolutely. What can I say? People have some pretty special builds, you know. That's what makes Wars of Liberty pretty cool, is there's all sorts of really wacky, awesome builds out there. I think it just makes the game sparkle really nice. Oh, absolutely. It's great. It really is great, honestly. Stuff you can do in Wars of Liberty. It's quite a flexible game at the end of the day. Okay, so he's connecting pretty good over there, right? Bam. That spot. Very nice. Ooh, good. Alright. As long as Gommuistan can get enough spears, he should be able to protect against those Saltatore. He also has to make sure the spears are well timed, like that. See, he's going back and forth, and doing a pretty good job of making sure the spears only go forward when he sees the Saltatore rushing in, so he can like bash them back pretty good. Yeah, basically, that's what he's really going for there, pretty much. Building a woodworks, the first one there, basically. Not bad. Any works coming in from Nathan yet? Nope. Now with enough woodworks, we won't be able to have his Nathan's hot dogs, which is not good. Coney Island hot dogs. Nathan bringing in cage trap and his HP there. I definitely think Gommuistan's in the much better position because he's fighting from a point of strength in age 3, and he's getting like literally these free artillery pieces. That's giving him a much better army, you know, because all he has to do is just protect with all these spearmen, which now he can get up to the veteran level. So now looking a little bit nicer there, which is great. Yeah. Alright, so batch of Cazadores de Indios coming in from the Croatian colony. This is the Croatian immigrant. So he's a skirmisher that has multipliers against natives too, so native warriors. So he's based off of a unit that the Belgians get called the Force Publique that does the same thing. Basically just a skirmisher that does skirmisher stuff, and then he counters natives too. So very flexible against a wide variety of troops as long as they have the native tag. Pretty much, yeah.
Zapovian. Zaprian.
Rocket's doing pretty good there. Spearman coming over the side there. Very nice. Spearman here are going to rush away those builds pretty much. Yep. That's good. Ooh, okay. Wow, look at that. Insane. Good work there, Gommuistan. And you can just use the spearmen and the rockets as soon as really quickly. And guess what? Both of the free units you get with Paraguay, between Petirai and the Akayobatai, they're both considered cavalry units and shock units. So these spearmen with their shock multiplier will actually counter all of the trash units that Paraguay make. So spearmen is always a good inclusion when playing against another Paraguay, because your spearmen will basically negate the free unit advantage that Paraguay often, loves to milk as much as they can. But that's really how you get around that, is just get a ton of spearmen, then all that trash stuff that Paraguay doesn't mean anything anymore. And that's why you see a lot of Siths go heavily musketeer against Paraguay as well, for that reason. So it looks like Stable's going down now. Where's Nathan at in resources? So he's actually trying to get an H3 now himself, because he realizes, hey, I'm not going to be able to do this. So he realizes he has to get that H up in there and get her done, basically. Yeah. He is trying to do some of the Satiros, though, some of those outlaws. The Satiros are an assault unit, so they're theoretically a bit tankier against spearmen, but still without any major upgrades yet online with these enemies. The Satiros are just going to be minimally dangerous. Yeah, they're just not going to be huge of a threat. Okay, so now we got some Petit guys here going in with another splash attack. Yep, there you go. Unfortunately, just not enough numbers. So the spearmen takes them very little time to rush through them, pretty much. Yeah, quite good.
Warniori, yana to bayara.
Looks like that TC should be down now, from the looks of it. Good. I like how Gommuistan's been able to apply constant pressure with his spears and artillery, though. Really making the most of his age 3 fortress age. Yeah, Nathan's completely cooked. He's like dependent on these infinite shipments of bonitas, vivenderos, skirmishers, and it's just not gonna. No comprende. Nope, just not gonna work. It's not gonna do anything, man. Alright, so now we'll restart again into the next match. Game number 8, and then game number 9, and then we'll look at some more of the new ones that Nathan and Viringo and stuff have submitted. Like to do the new stuff first, probably, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's go to game number 8 of this wonderful series. So basically, Gommuistan's been winning round the clock all these matches. So he's been doing a really good job. Let's see where we're at now this series. Nathan is the United States, and Gommuistan is Germany. So Germany versus United States. This is a very easy, clean win for Germany. It doesn't matter what the skill level is. Well, it does matter what the skill level is, but usually Germany versus United States in a 1v1 matchup is always going to be a win. You know why? Because the Germany in Wars of Liberty is basically the same as the British in the 5th edition. Because the way this Germany works, you get these houses called Knights-Casernes, and they're the same as the manor houses that the British get. So you build them, and then you get a free villager. Which I think it's funny they don't mention it in the building description here, but they probably should because they mention it in the 5th edition. Yeah, once you build this house, which is more expensive than normal, it's a 135 wood costing house, free villager. Yeah, and then in that sense, the way you want to play Germany in this game is the same way you'd want to play the British in the 5th edition, which is manor booming, or in this case, Knights-Casernes booming. Yeah, Knights-Casernes booming. Yeah, pretty much Knights-Casernes booming. And yep, the faster you get all 20 of your Knights-Casernes down, the faster you'll be 20 villagers ahead of your opponent and doing really well, basically. But other than that, military-wise, this Germany is very similar to the Brits too, because they got line infantry, so they do get musketeers, they do get hussars, and they do get them both as Royal Guard units. So that is very similar to the 5th edition British. Where things are a little bit different is, these guys don't have longbowmen, obviously, but they do get early game skirmishers, the volunteers, and then for age 3 and later, they get the skirmishers, right? So that's a bit of a difference. And then the big difference is once you get to real late game, around the time you get Royal Guard, you got this good card here called Needle Gun, which gives the line infantry a rate of fire at, I believe, of like 2 or 1.5 or something. Basically turns your musketeers into almost virtually like archers in terms of their shooting ability, which makes them really dangerous. Yeah, it makes them into your like godly backbone unit. And in addition to that, there's a building called the Krupp Factory. And the Krupp Factory is this expensive wood structure that you build it, and it gives you free artillery over time. So it's basically like a factory, but it only focuses on the artillery aspect of a factory. And you can choose what artillery to make with it too. You can make the falconet, you can make the culverin, you can make the mortar. There is even some cards that lets you make other types of heavy artillery pieces. The steel gun, which is the European heavy artillery, or even the Balkan one, the Farpanzer. The Farpanzer or the mobile armor heavy artillery of the Balkans. So you can make up to 2 different types of heavy artillery with a Knights-Casernes Krupp Factory, which is quite good. Now, oh wow, look at that, going for a herdable treasure. That's interesting. Look at the golden monkeys. Little golden monkeys in the Great Plains. Yeah, when they did the Treasure Guardian rework, they accidentally brought all the Latin American Treasure Guardians and stuff and treasures into the entire New World. So now you got golden monkeys hanging out in, Iowa and Idaho and the Dakotas, which is, I don't think monkeys could live up there, man. Nah, it's just not, it's too cold up there and tundra-like, I think, for monkeys to survive up there, personally. So, I don't know how we got little gold monkeys there, but we got gold monkeys up there. Yep, cute little gold monkeys. They're unfortunately dying real fast to this explorer.
Aufgabe?
Alright, so going with the burger to get 440 gold. That's usually a pretty good one to go for with Germany because it covers a lot of your gold costs for the line infantry for a good number of minutes. And then you can just really focus on that manor booming. Again, those manor houses up and constantly producing free vil after free vil. As for United States is kind of an interesting one because they belong to a temporary culture now called the Anglophonies, which means you can choose either the Union faction or the Confederacy faction. And they all come with their own set of units. So if you pick a Union politician, you'll get a Marine, or what's called a Leatherneck. If you go with the Confederacy, you get a soldier called the Louisiana Tiger, which is something totally different. So that's the thing that sets these Anglophone civs, United States, Canada, Australia, apart from other civs, is they have a very wide, unique unit roster, but you only end up getting away with picking 4 of them based on the faction you side with in each age up. And not only that, every individual politician has their own unique technology. So, you went with James Madison, right? Yep, James Madison has the Federalist Papers, which basically cheapens all of your politician unique text going forward, which is pretty neat. Or you can go with Thomas Jefferson, which has a whole different option that helps you out too. So there's all sorts of cool things at play there, basically. Alright, so starting with 700 wood. That could set up some good infrastructure there. Will he be going Louisiana Tiger first, or will he be going militia? That's a good question, actually. We'll have to figure out. Okay, he's going double barracks. That's pretty clear. I would suggest you get these on the gold, since you're going with the wood now. You really don't need way more wood aim unless you're going militia. Okay, Germany, of course, is going to get wood, because with Germany, they can take most of that wood and stick it into more Mites Casernes, and thus more free villagers. Which right now is 4 villagers ahead. And as he gets all this other wood, you can probably stack them up even more. You can also even ship in 5 villagers. Where's he going to go? Probably going to go 6 line infantry, right? Prepare his initial defenses. Let's see. So he is queuing up a line infantry here. Great. I'm just curious which card he's going to go for. So yep, he is going to reinforce his line infantry numbers in case of attack. Because he knows he's going up against the United States. And the United States in early game is very oriented towards anti-infantry. Especially if you go the Confederacy route. Because the Confederacy route, again, has the Louisiana Tiger, which is a ranged assault unit. A ranged infantry assault unit, which means it's basically, well, how do I explain it? So Louisiana Tigers, in terms of statistics, the stats that they get, are the same as the Habsburg mounted infantry from the 5th edition. So basically, technically heavy cavalry with the range multiplier against infantry. That's what the Louisiana Tigers are in H2 for the USA. But the only difference is that these guys are not on horseback, and the ones in obviously in the 5th edition are on horseback. That's literally it. And the stats thus are modified a bit differently in this instance, since you're talking about a unit that isn't on top of horseback. But other than that, it's fast. It's got multipliers against infantry. And Dragoons, surprise, surprise, will shred them. So you got to be careful of that. That's something you actually have to look out for there pretty much. So absolutely, you got to be careful of that right there, yeah.
Yeah.
So now what we got is we got our militia here, right? Very nice. How many of these we got? Quite a few, right? Very good. Here comes the line infantry. Very good. Coming right over here. And they will... Ooh! Ah, nice. Ah! Goes a fur trader. Oh! 2 fur traders now. That's great. Because these fur traders are a special type of villager you get with the Anglophiles. They have a better hunting rate than regular villagers. So if you can down them, it's always great. Especially since they're very expensive. They cost 100 food and 50 wood. So you actually have to go out of your way to chop wood if you lose one of them if you don't have any. So, yeah. Losing 2 of those was not great for USA. I'm telling you right now. They really are regretting that big time. And going back to Gommuistan, how many concerns is he on? He's on 13. So he's 13 villagers ahead. Plus he's getting the 5 villager guards, so it's probably even more than that. So this Germany is looking quite good right now. This is usually around the stage you might think about putting up a stable as Germany and backing up your line infantry with Hussar. Especially since, you know, the guy's got militia. Also, scout units are good against assault. Dismounted assault, too. Because, guess what? The Hussars have pierce armor, right? So they can tank some of those assault units' range attack and thus become a serious threat to them. So, yeah. Or at least they can help with the meat shielding, and then the line infantry behind can deliver their range attack, which is going to be better. Because again, assault units in this game have hand armor and not pierce armor. Well, not usually. So, yeah, in that instance, you would want your hussars to do the snaring, and then have the line infantry come up behind and provide the range cover support, basically. Yeah, exactly.
Ja, bereit. Auftrag.
Alright, so Spearmen and most are being eliminated. Very good. And the line infantry have to fight the militia there too. Good. Yep, you see, this is majority of what you see in a Germany matchup in Wars of Libya, is just musket spam. Literally the same as the 5th edition British, just musket, 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 and more musket. Actually, you see more of it in this game because you don't have longbowmen with this Germany, so really the line infantry is your go-to unit. And though sometimes you can go with the spearmen here, the Froschelayer, which is another alternative that you would combine with the volunteer. Usually you're going to go musket, musket, musket. Occasionally you go pike and shot with volunteer Froschelayer, but it's very rare, typically. So yeah, that was a good demonstration of Germany there by Gommuistan. Nathan, the hot dog guy, running him low on food and gold. So that's unfortunate. So yeah, quite good. Let's go on to the next one now and load it up. See what we got here. Very nice. Very nice, yep. We're on game number 9, right? Number 9. Let's see where we are on number 9. Number 9, GGG. Number 9. There we go. Number 9. Right there. Alright, good. Okay, so now we are on the Klondike. Just like a Klondike bar ice cream sandwich. Yep, delicious, delicious, and sweet and delicious. Alright, so Nathan is running España, the Spanish. And Gommuistan is running the Canadians. The Eurocronisiv 2.0, as I call it. Very nice. So now we are going to see a pretty nice matchup here. As you know, with Spain, they received their cards very quickly, so that's a big part of playing the Spanish. It's the same thing in Wars of Liberty. Now, Wars of Liberty, the way you play them is a bit different. Slightly different, because these Spanish in Wars of Liberty do not have the rodero, so they don't have the rod option. They have to go pretty much musket skirmisher for the most part. And they do have some other options. They got the cuirassier. Yes, cuirassier is already a common unit in Wars of Liberty for the Europeans. So if you like that unit with the French, the cuirassiers, you can make them with the Spanish. You can make them with the Germans, actually. You can make them with the Danish, the Italians. Yeah, there's quite a few cuirassiers that you have in Wars of Liberty, which is pretty funny, actually. And they can use it to a great extent, which is great. Alright, so now let's check out the Spaniards deck. This is the Spanish deck. You got your 3 settlers, 5, you got your resource crates, line infantry pike, upgrades. Very nice. Yep. So the way the infantry cards works with this Spanish is a little bit different. So instead of buffing quote-unquote archaic infantry, this Spain handles it where all the hit points go to all your infantry. And then instead of benefit archaic infantry attack, it benefits the hand attack of all of your infantry. So, yep, obviously this card's going to be best for usually musketeers and pikemen, but it can also help skirmishers. It can make skirmishers a little bit more durable. It can do the same with your other infantry like the Aduanro, which is one we might see here. But it's a less common used unit for Spain, the Aduanro. The Aduanro is a high siege and high raiding unit, so it's got a multiplier against villagers, plus it's got a decent siege, but really nothing else to its name other than the ability that it actually trickles gold, and it recovers your gold numbers for training them. So it's kind of a funny raiding unit that the Spanish got to replace the rodero, and honestly it's kind of neat sometimes. I've seen some really good situations, including ones used against me where the Aduanro was just a really fatal injury to me, particularly when it was used by Toledo Torino, one of the Ole Santiago best España players in Wars of Liberty. Yep. Whereas Canada's really in a 1v1 going to look like this. You first send your 2 Fur Traders card. Since Fur Traders, as I told you, really good gather rate. Beautiful gather rate. So you would rather have 2 Fur Traders over 2 villagers, 2 of these pioneers here, which are your standard villager. Yep. And basically, after that, you will go to H2, and you will probably send this or this first, one of these 2, depending on what you want. And it's really just about saying unit after unit after unit with Canada and somehow making it work, and maybe making it to H3 to do this afterwards. So, yeah. Canada is one of the best 1v1 civs in Wars of Liberty. They're one of the most consistent ones. They have the most smooth resource acquisitions, I think, because, for one, Canada does get the fur trader, which really helps with the food rate. And they actually start the game with three fur traders, and then you can ship 2 more, and obviously get 5 of them. And then their houses here, the log cabins, will trickle wood. So if you get all 20 of your houses as Canada, we're talking like 4 wood per second, which is like a really good factory rate. No, it's wonderful. So what age is he going with? He's going with Pierre Francois de Regard. I believe that's the one that gives us a outpost in gold. So basically the same as the governor. The governor politician in Age of Empires 3D. So the 200 gold in the tower, quite good. He also has a really good tech. The Fleuret, which is a special, I think it's a sword or a sidearm. That ends up giving all your ranged infantry more hand attack. It's something we rarely ever see because it's a little expensive, but in some situations, late game, again, Fleuret can actually be really good for setting up a melee defense against things like cavalry and sometimes hand infantry. So you definitely gotta consider it sometimes. Yeah, big time. And let's see here. This, yep.
¿Qué me ordena?
Frontier wagon. Spain went with the same. 200 gold in a tower. Now, where's that tower going to go is the question. I'm going to put it forward like this, yep. Also, I'm going to put a barracks here. Probably go line infantry. Gommuistan, gonna go Troupe d'Armenie. Since Anglophones don't get normal musketeers. You know, the Latins get the conscripto, the Balkans gets the recruit with the REKRUT, and then the Europeans get the line infantry. But Anglophones get something a little bit different. They get a musketeer in Age 3 called the Rifleman, and he actually is supposedly a hybrid between a musketeer and a dragoon, because at range, the rifleman deals range multipliers against assault cavalry. So same role as a dragoon almost, except for the lack of the artillery thing. And then melee, he's got a bayonet where he fights all cavalry pretty well, except for weird ones like mounted skirms and infant allies and stuff. So yeah, kind of you basically wait to get musketeers, but they end up being a lot more impactful later on, especially against cavalry civs and civs that have units like the Louisiana Tiger and stuff. So yeah, interesting thing. But what you do in the meantime is, if you do need to fight cavalry in Age 2 as Canada, you just make these guys the spontooners, and they'll fight cavalry pretty well because they're a full-fledged pikemen. And then from the barracks, you make the Troupe d'Armenie. So the Troupe d'Armenie is another one of those sailor units, so he has multipliers against siege troopers and artillery. But the way his stats work, he is actually good against all sorts of soldiers. He essentially gives up a lot of his hit points for more damage. So he's sort of a glass cannon type sailor soldier, but because of that glass cannon property, he can actually fight really well against muskets and some skirmishers by that fact. You know, because looky right here, look at his stats. So he's got range of like 16. So he can now range a musketeer and kite them with 32 range attack. That's big. You know, the only thing is, again, look at the hit points. It's 90 HP. Kind of small. That's really the way you're supposed to be thinking about using these Troupe d'Armenie. Keeping the range distance between them and your opponent so you can kite properly. That's really what you're supposed to do there. That's really what makes them shine pretty nice. Typically, yeah, that's exactly what you want to be doing there. 100%. Okay, we got some Troupe d'Armeniens there. Very good. Nice, here they are. And let's see what Nathan's up to. So he's going volunteers and hussars. Hand cav and skirm. Now, I think that's actually a really good choice against Canada, going skirm and hand cav if you can afford it, because, well, the hussars are a death sentence to the Troupe d'Armeniens, and obviously the volunteers will have the same range as the Troupas, so they can technically inflict some real good damage into them, because one fact I didn't tell you about sailor units, they don't have pierce armor like other skirmishers do. These ones get crush armor, because they're meant for fighting like cannons and like grenade tosses. So a regular skirmisher like a volunteer or an Age 3 skirm, they deal full damage to these guys, so that's one of their main drags and weaknesses, especially the Troupe d'Armeniens, which lacks HP. So if he plays his cards right, if Nathan, puts the mustard on his hot dog properly here in the sauerkraut, he's going to do pretty well in this matchup here, I think. Yeah. Alright, some more of the lineup. And then here comes the 3 hussars as well. Quite nice. Looking really good there, honestly. Wow, look at that. Good raid. Very good. Very, very good. Actually, yeah. Okay, so how much hussars? 8 hussars. Volunteers, we got 14. Now, Gommuistan, is he reinforcing more troops or what? Yeah, he's going to want to queue up more of these. Because if Nathan is tactical here and he maneuvers well, he could really wreck this formation up. But he has to do it right. He has to get the volunteers ready to get the spearmen, give enough covering for the hussars, and then he can like swoop around from the sides and just do some crazy stuff to him. So here comes the volunteers right now. He's gonna target him right here, but then comes the hussars, and then you gotta pull them back like that because the spearmen will get those hussars in it because you need to let these guys do their job up here and fight them. Okay, not good. Oh man, that's not great. Even the hand attack on these troopas is higher because it's 15 hand attack versus just 7 on these guys. So you gotta really playing your stuff there. I'm impressed that Gommuistan was able to turn that around so fast with his spearmen and his massive groups of troopas. I assumed that having a big number of volunteers would have allowed them to beat a lot of those marine soldiers, but no, it doesn't look like it because now he's got his tail between his legs with only 2 of them left. Big army of pikemen. Interesting choice. Canada does ship in 3 light calves, so maybe those pikemen will see some useful action here. Yeah, definitely. What else can he ship? He could get 6 line infantry too. Those are likely to be added on as well, I would think. Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up becoming a thing as well. We'll see. We'll see if it does. It does, and it's pretty nice. Yeah, big time. More stuff out of the barracks there, or not? Well. Infantry hit points. Very good. Very nice.
¿Qué me ordena? ¿Qué me ordena? ¿Qué me ordena?
Double barrack spearmen. That should help against any hussars you deal with. Absolutely, and acts as a little bit of a meat shield for the range units. Always a good choice. I find myself often going Spontooner, Troubadour Marine as Canada. That's usually the wombo combo you want to do. And if there's like some really bad long-range skirmisher trouble, then throw in light cav. Yeah, because there's been a few times I've gone full light cavs Troupa as well. But that often burns through your mines and your base, so you gotta be very wise about that. You can't do it every time. Yeah, you really want to go Spearman Troupa, so you're reserving more of your gold and you can get a viable siege unit. Pikemen going... Look at this good geography right here, using the trees as cover to disorient the melee troops so that they keep colliding with the tree objects. That's a nasty move there by Gommuistan. That's brutal. It's gonna taunt Nathan's army for a while. Yeah, because of all that disruption, he was able to stall it in. He can't connect to the troopas at all, and he's literally again forced to retreat again with the cav because he just can't. Oh boy! At least he's got a ranged army here this time. But as I said, not looking too good. Not looking great. So, yeah, you gotta be careful there. Big time.
Prêt. Votre ordre? Oui. Prêt.
So much troops. You got 7 spearmen, 19 troubadour marines, right? Picking up crosscut saw. Thing you gotta remember about Canada, which I didn't mention before, Canada's food cost for their age ups is replaced with wood. So you actually do need to get your market tax for wood. It's not optional. You do need to do it. And Hussars do connect with the Vills. Does he get a fur trader? No. You intervened properly. You intervened alright. How about the Spain? Spain has food still, so if he can get enough gold, he could age up and get some, like, culasses, falconets. There's even a politician for Spain in this game called the heroine. The heroine, I'd like to say so it doesn't sound like a drug name. Gives you a free falconet. Woman gives you a free falconet. And then, effectively, you can combine it with this. And then you get 3 falconets. And they're, like, in really good shape. I think Viringo loves that politician, by the way, when he plays Spain. And he always does a great job with it. Well, until I get involved. Then he sort of belly flops with it. But that's besides it. So here comes the pikeman. Behind. Does the lad have any more hussars, or is he burned through his gold? He's got silver here. He's got silver there. Got silver there. He's got silver here. Okay, so he's got plenty of mines around there, right? Very nice. Gold in the middle of the map there, which is a huge mine, but obviously right in the way of all this action too, so you gotta be careful. Yep. Oh no, Canada's got their light cap out, so it looks like volunteers will be destroyed. He has to do is snare him in a bit, and it's looking like an easy sweep under the rug. Yeah. Exactly. Exactamundo. So that's a guaranteed one right there. 100% they'll see. Now you just pull back more and more. That should be a pretty easy win there, honestly. Yeah, I think so. Ooh, look at that. Not bad. Not bad at all, my friend. He did get 1 bill, though. I do give you that respect. Still running, still waiting for the pikeman to save him. I don't even think the pikeman can save you, because by the time the pikeman arrived, the troubadour marines are already there to push you too, so... Yeah. Absolutely insane there, right? Yep. Big time. Alright, so now you're going to take all these range troops and move them in with the light cab, right? Yep, very much so. Move up. Very good. Very nice. Oh wow, look at that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Back in with the volunteers. Set up a line of defense. Also, how's Gommuistan doing towards it? Age up. Nope, he's still not aging up yet. He is shipping 6 troopas in, so he is reinforcing quite well. And at this point, he can just go militia spontooner and clean this up. And when he feels comfortable enough, he can go up and grab this gold mine, grab some of the silver mines on the periphery there, and really start pushing in deep. Yeah. That's what I think was probably the play you're going to want to do there, right? Yeah.
Votre ordre? Prêt. Votre ordre.
Double militia, shipping in militia. So Gommuistan's numbers are only going to grow here. Whereas Nathan, the hot dog boy, he's growing his volunteer numbers up. So it's kind of a... I'm not saying it's an even contest, but clearly Gommuistan has the better army. But you at least see Nathan trying to mass up. But one thing you want to do, get these line infantry out of the bayonet mode. Because you're going to need every ranged soldier you can get to be on that top of them there. You got to get these guys out of the melee mode. Like right now. Like immediately. Because if you don't, things will go really bad for you there. So you got to be very, very careful, pretty much. And get them out of that melee mode, yep. Here comes all the two battery marines, all the militias. The spearmen coming over here. It's not good. Alright, so coming around the flank here. You do have an outpost to warn him, though, so he knows to move over there now. And they can just pop these vills into the tower. Yeah, hello? Earth to Nathan. Hello? Hey. Hi. Having some problems over here. Get him into the tower. He's running away. He was like, whoa. He's running away. What, this man sadistic or something? When your bills go like that? Okay, yeah, I guess he's just letting them get sacrificed. And he's going to lose all. No, that's too many bills. You should at least try to save them. You should at least try to save the bills, I would think. Yeah, no, you gotta at least try to save those billies, I would say. Yeah, big time.
Estoy herido y no puedo moverme. Preparado. Preparado. Sí. Sí. Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo. Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo. A las armas. Sí. 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 A las armas. Preparado. Sí. Sí. Preparado. Al ataque. Preparado. A las armas. Sí.
Pikemen charge in with the line infantry for some reason. And that will be a win for Gommuistan, I believe, right? I believe so. Gommuistan's got the win there. Because he's got gold. He can make cavalry. Yep. Yep, and also the score, too. Score is almost double there. Almost. So it looks like Gommuistan wins this series 9-0. 9-0. That's a huge win there, buddy. Big one. So now we're going to see some more games that Nathan submitted. And then we'll move on to some more stuff, yeah. Because we got a ton of recordings to do, man. It's not even a joke. We got a ton of recordings to do. Some of which we have to catch up on from the previous weeks. So, yeah, we got to get through all those, or at least most of them. So which ones are we on now? I have to review. I have to review the names and check them out. Let's see what we got over here, man. Oh, and Nathan submitted more games. Look at that. He submitted even 2 more of them. So, wow, not bad. some Nathan 1v1s against other people, I believe. We got E versus N, and then K versus N. Let's see the E ones first. E versus N. So who's this going to be? I wonder who E is. Who is E? Who is the E? Edward? Not Twilight. We don't want that. Alright, so... Zelda Verde. Who's that Zelda Verde? That's an interesting name. I've never heard that name before. Let's see how this player ends up doing, honestly. Should be pretty fun. Okay, so Nathan is playing Dutch again. And now Zelda Verde is playing as Mexico. So we got a Mexico versus Dutch. Mexico versus Dutch is actually a pretty fair matchup, honestly. And I think it really comes down to the best man in this one. Because Mexico, as I said before, or you might not have heard it because I forgot to, like, undo the audio. Forgot to put the audio down, right? And thankfully I didn't do that now. I was just, like, paranoid, like, woo! Did I mess it up again? Thankfully not. But, Mexico is like a porcupine, Sid, if that makes any sense. So, why they're like a porcupine? If you do take out one of their villages here, the Tanequehals, the Taquehuals, or whatever they're called, you will actually cause them to drop into a grave. And then when the villager drops into a grave, they trickle food for like multiple seconds. And you actually make back more food by the end of that duration than you did paying for the villager. So I think you get until like 150 food or something. Or I'm trying to remember, is it 75 food? It's almost as much as the cost of the villager. So, you know, if you do it the wrong way, you actually get punished because Mexico can get a ton of food and then just ram you with cavalry or something. So you gotta be careful. And there's also a card that the Mexico gets, which we don't see here. We don't see anybody ever get that actually increases the food offerings from the graves and effectively makes it so that you get like 2 or 3 times the food that the villager costs, and then you're actually profiting from the death of a villager in the long haul. Like, yeah, no, if they take out like 3 or 4 villas, you're going to make a ton of food, and then you're going to come back and slap them on the tail for it. You know, it's not good for them, basically. So, yeah. Still, the preferred play is going to be Presidio Wagon first. If you didn't hear me the first time, Presidio Wagons are fortresses. Little mini fortresses, mind you. They look cool. They have like a really cool model. What they do is they basically act in all the ways that a fort would. So they have a protecting range attack. They can receive shipments. They can train military. So they can train infantry and cavalry. But what makes them slightly different is obviously their stats. Like their general stats are a little bit weaker than a fort, obviously, because it's like a little town almost. But other than that, what makes a Presidio different than a fort is the fact that the Presidio trains units slower, so it's a little bit less efficient, but it can train villagers. So it can act as a semi-town center. Not quite the same rate as a Portuguese covered wagon town center, but it can provide an additional queue of economy. Very important. And this card here, Rancho Nancial, is actually an Explorer upgrade card, which actually upgrades your Presidio's stats by 25% as well as an extra perk. So this is a cool include for some people that want to get a lot of treasures on the map and also prepare their defenses. And then this card here, defensive Quapultepec, or the Chapultepec, gives the Presidios a cannon attack, more hit points, range, and line of sight. Turn them into a little bit more like a legitimate fortress, which is quite good, you know, what you want to see. So this combined with this turns them into like real fortresses. And I believe you can get improved buildings too. And if you do that, then these Presidios are really dangerous to deal with, yeah. Whereas Nathan is running the Dutch again. So what is he doing now? He's got about 7 slave villagers. He's got 3 Javanese laborers, and he's got about 6 settlers. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to get enough wood. They can get a barracks up and get enough market techs. Because the main market techs you want to get is the Dutch. wood chopping for the Javanese laborers, because the Javanese laborers' base gather rate against wood is really strong, and then same for the slave on the gold. So if you can get the mining techs for the slaves and then get the wood chopping ones for the Javanese, their gather rate goes through the roof. Yeah, through the roof. He is still going to get hunting dogs, though, because hunting rate for all these villagers obviously is still the same, so you do need to consider food macro very seriously, and make sure you do that. Especially since, oh, he does get berries, so he could actually go into berries, too, because these villagers, the food ones, do have a better gather rate on food for berries and farming, but not hunts. You know, their hunt rate is the same, but when it comes to gathering from berries and gathering from farms, the Dutch villagers do it a bit better, which is great. So yeah, definitely. Now going up with the statesman to get 200 gold and a tower. So I think he took a lesson from Gommuistan's playbook, and he's like, look, when I fought Gommuistan, he had a nice tower waiting for my army, and I got completely forced onto my heels. So at this point, Nathan's like, all right, maybe I'll get my own tower so I can actually do that to this Mexico here, right? Yeah, but see, the thing is, the Mexico is a little bit of a different instance, because Mexico doesn't really have to play aggressive. Mexico can play totally Portuguese style and just ignore you, put up a couple of presidios and just turtle like crazy. Especially this deck, because again, he has the Rancho Nacional to get the presidio stats up by 25%, and then he has the H3 one, the defense of Cocolcapec, to turn them into like legitimate forts. So yeah, that's something you gotta consider there pretty much as the Dutch. And that means as Dutch, you have a tough decision to make. You can either raid this guy like crazy with flankers like you would to other civs, but if you do it in the wrong fashion, you're just giving more food to the enemy to be fueled against you when those food graves start trickling them up food. So you have to be very careful of that, right? Basically. Now, one card you might want to consider with the Dutch in this situation, since you know the Mexico's going to be potentially holding back and booming themselves, is the Contractor Bead card, which actually beefs up the training rate of Javanese laborers and the slaves by about 30%. So it trains them really fast. They train like super quickly, and you can use that as an effective one town center boom. A one town center boom. So you don't even have to play 2 or 3 TCs. You can literally boom effectively with one town center and do so in H2 without really doing a lot. And obviously your gold and wood rates will be through the roof, and you should have enough food to be able to maintain some sort of military defense while you're doing that. And yeah, that's basically what you want to do there. Okay, so the flankers do snipe a Doliente. 2 more Dolientes are out, because this Mexico is running market tech, so he does get in some of those. Let's see what the Mexico has in store. So he is shipping in Mosqueteros as well. The Mosqueteros is also training Conscriptos. So Conscriptos, your musketeer. Mosquetero is an assault unit, so very similar to the other stuff we've seen. Mosqueteros, they're sort of like a foot cuirassier. Like if you combine a coyote runner with a cuirassier, that's what they would be, because statistically they look like coyote runners, but notice how it has a 1 splash attack. So yeah, kind of like coyote runners on steroids with a splash attack. And since it's part of the assault class, it gets hand armor instead of pierce armor. So technically these flankers are doing full range damage to them. And if the Mosqueteros do get up close and personal, the flankers, unfortunately, you know, have to deal with that. Yeah, unfortunately have to deal with that pretty much. Yep.
¿Y para dónde yo voy?
Comandante.
¿A dónde nos dirigimos?
Saludar. Ya. Listo.
¿Mande?
Comandante.
La orden.
Estoy en Kamsi.
Alright, I'm back. I mean, I was always here, but I couldn't talk for a while because I had to help somebody with some traffic issues. But, here we go. Let's, see what this match is. Nathan did a good job that game, by the way, keeping up with his army with the Dutch, which is great. So now we got another El Zelda Verde versus Nathan. Nathan is playing as España again, and El Zelda Verde is playing as Mexico again. So Mexico versus Spain. Now, I think in this situation, I believe that maybe Verde can do better against Spain than maybe he did against the Dutch. Because the Dutch, at least from a tier listing standpoint, is really on par with an S tier civ. So Dutch and Wars of Liberty is an S tier civ. Their flanker, as well as some of their other later units, as well as their general economy and success with it, puts them on a pretty high pedestal. Whereas Spain in Wars of Liberty is more or less the same, if not weaker. Because obviously you don't have all those powerful cards that you have in the 5th edition, like Spanish Gold and all the other ones. The Marvelous Year, you don't have that here, so you can't take advantage of that stuff. Also, with Spain in this game, you don't have the Roderos, so you don't have the ability to use rods or anything. You get some other units that can be a little bit more situational, like the Duanro, which is, like I mentioned before, sort of a hybrid between raiding and sieging and then trickles gold or something. But that, not that good. You know, not that good in every match. So I would say Spain is probably slightly weaker in this game. The only thing that makes the Spain and Wars of Liberty pretty legendary, number one, their missionaries start out with unction, so you don't have to send a card for unction. So if you build a church sometime in Age 2 and you put missionaries out, you can already start taking advantage of unction, which is good. You get an Age Up politician that gives you a falconet, which is great, in Age 3, so that's good. Because then you can go for a 3 falconet push instead of just 2. And also, you got the Cuirassier instead of the Lancer, which I think the Cuirassier is honestly a much better soldier round overall than the Lancer is in overall situations, because the Lancer is very specialized against infantry. The Cuirassier is going to be better against way more things. And if you're wondering what happened to the Lancer, it actually got moved into becoming the ultimate unit called the Batador. So in addition to acting like a Lancer, it boosts the movement speed of nearby cavalry units, allowing them to move a lot faster. So yeah, it's kind of a cool unit, especially if you go for large armies and mounted stuff. It can be really helpful with moving you along very quickly. So this Spanish deck is going to be the same as the one that went up against Gommuistan, and I'm presuming the Mexico deck on the Verde side is going to be the same as the one that he had there. Alright, yep, it looks like it is. So he's got Conscripto, Mosquitero. He does have some interesting includes here. He does have the Grito de Dolores. This actually gives you a Jesuit priest that can train Dolientes. So this is the only way in the game that you can actually train Dolientes directly. Yeah. I will give you some good news. The Dolientes do Shadow Tech, so you don't actually have to formally upgrade them. They just, you know, they upgrade on their own, which is great. Makes them a little bit more useful in that sense, so that's good. But yeah, if you like the Doliente unit and the idea of having an early game skirmisher, you gotta have Grito de Dolores to actually get them. You also have the 500 gold Navajo rifleman option too, so also another solid skirmisher option you can go with there, right? And then in HD, you get the Solideras. Basically, it's like a Vivandera, but it's a lot stronger, right? It's more statistically stronger in attack and hit points and healing. And then you get this card that boosts the Solidera up called the Mondragon Rifle. The Mondragon Rifle. It actually allows it to attack 20% faster. So the skirmisher actually, you know, for all it's worth, becomes a really fast shooting piece of meat, basically, that can hit a lot of different muskets and so forth. So that's pretty solid, right? No, it is. It's quite good there, pretty much. Pull off a whole lot there, really. Rancho Nacional is bringing in that card. Very good. Nathan is aging up with the Statesman. Alright, so Sword of the 200 gold and the Tower. And what is Verde going up with? So he hasn't even aged up yet. He's still an age 1. That has me a little bit worried. I mean, honestly though, I kind of understand what he's doing. So he's actually going for a double villager Q age up, which means he's going to be super delayed. But if he somehow gets out of it without getting rushed in his base to death, he will come out with a much better score. Yeah, no, like look at him. Oh no, he actually doesn't even have a better score. Yeah, and you also have to keep in mind too that this Presidio, has a slower training rate of units than the town center does. So he's receiving villagers at this Presidio slower than he's receiving them at the town center. So it's not quite a 2 town center boom. It's like a 1 3/4 town center boom. A 1 3/4 town center boom. That's it. A 1 3/4 because I can't quite say it's half. It might be half actually, but I can't remember. I know the rate is reduced a bit. If it is half, then yeah, that's big. But if it's 1 3/4, that's okay. Yeah. Now we have the French wave here coming in. The French immigrants, which is solid. Best part of this is it really synergizes well with Mexico's grave bonus because obviously the French immigrants comes with the bakeries tech, which can give you 2 nice trickles of food alongside whatever you're getting through the death of your villagers, and thus there's some really good cards in Mexico's playbook that you can use to really leverage that in your favor. Particularly, there is a card called, I think it's the Battle of Puebla, I believe, which will actually change your Mosquetero's cost from food and wood to all food. And then you can use the massive amount of food that you get to go like full Mosquetero for like number of minutes and just wash out your enemy, which is great. And then you even get this card as Mexico, the Insurgentes. Mosqueteros can now use a charged range attack and enables their guard and imperial upgrades to be researched. So basically allows you to get them up to late game pretty much. And then the charge attack is literally a grenade throw. So it lobs a grenade from a sling. So you know how if you have an untaunted slinger throwing rocks, these Mosqueteros will throw a live grenade from a sling, doing some splash damage, and then they'll proceed to attack the enemy with the improved stats of getting guard and imperial in the late game, which is great. You know, really helps them out pretty good there, pretty much. Yeah. Seems good start out Conscripto, which is pretty nice. And then they'll probably add in Mosquetero as needed later. Yeah. Like Mosquetero, Conscripto, I believe, beats Volunteer Hussar pretty good usually. So if he wants to go that route, I think that's a kind of an okay option right now. At least it seems like it. Alright, so Conscripto's going up against those Hussars. Oh, nice. Takes one of them out. That's great. You gotta change them to range. Oh, no. Okay. A little bit of slow reaction time there for the micro, but otherwise good push back against the Hussars there, wiping one of them out. But I still think the trade was good. Trade was pretty fair there, because it's only 100. It's only 75 food, 70 food and 30 gold. Losing Hussar is 120 food and 80 gold. So that was actually a good fight there for Verde, Zelda Verde. He's still producing conscriptos out of his Presidio there. He is able to focus mostly on gold and food because he's able to use that Presidio as a slower training barracks, which is great to pump out tons of muskets there, which is quite good. Alright, and now, see the conscriptos coming over here, which is great. Okay, stonewashing, coin, creates a coin, very nice. Just pushing again, very good. Summon a coin, not bad. Bad at all.
Entendido, mi comandante.
He's also producing these villas, which I think is smart from the French colony. These are the French workers. The French workers are the only villager, the only immigrant worker that actually does everything normally. Yeah, he actually gathers at a normal rate, which is cool, and then he also has the CBD bonus of hit points and pierce armor, so he's actually one of the best immigrant workers in the game, because he actually does everything normally, you know. Doesn't gather everything at a horrible rate. He can actually farm, hunt, whatever you want him to do, and he's very flexible.
Listo. A la marcha.
Alright, so here comes the conscriptos. Oh, gets Hussar. Very good. Good trade. Watch out over here. I mean, you can let him take your vills, and you'll actually gain some food for it. So, it's up to you. It's up to you what you want to do. If you want to be greedy and get all that hunt, go for it. I just think that you need some Machitero or Lancero right now. You need some hand units. You can get some, like, melee cav of some kind and beat him off a bit with that. I think that's mainly what the Mexico needs right now. Let's look at Nathan's economy. Nathan's economy is doing good. He can afford Hussars. Thankfully for Mexico, he didn't quite have the house built yet, so his arrival of another batch of Hussars is going to be a little bit more stalled, which is going to probably help him to prepare some sort of a defense, which I think he needs to do there, basically. Yep, pretty much. Alright, let's see what else Verde's doing here. He's getting about more troops. He is going to get a batch of Lanceros, which is probably good. He should ship in his Mosqueteros too, Lanceros and Mosqueteros. So he has 11 shock units. He is picking up the mining one. Smelter House, that's his second mining tech. Gets him another free Doliente, which is good. Let's see these come in now, I think, or something. Anything would be good at this point, right? Yep. Big time. He's going with the Navajo skirms. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember. I think they got some pretty cool stats in Wars of Liberty. I believe they actually have like full range attack with no malices, but they have no multipliers, so they'll actually be better equipped at fighting both of these classes of units, which is pretty interesting. Big time, yeah. So, yeah, look at how slow it is to train cavalry out of the Presidio. I think he's learning the truth of why you need a stable as Mexico. Because this is fine rate for infantry, but for cavalry, that's absolutely atrocious. Look at how slow this queuing is. He's like losing his whole army waiting for them to come out. I didn't realize that the cav training rate from the new Presidio nerf mounts is actually that atrocious. That's like really bad. Like extremely bad, actually. Big time bad. Muy malo. Yeah, absolutely malo. You definitely don't want that. Definitely don't want that, man. Definitely not. Here's the Navos. Yep, this is what their stats look like in Wars of Liberty. So they have 20 range attack, right? But they don't have any multipliers, so they do the same amount of damage to skirmishers as they do to you know, musketeers and cavalry. So kind of a interesting consistency there, pretty much. Yep. Exactly. What now? Let's see what... Okay, Mishitaro's coming in. That's great. I think he learned his lesson, and he's not going to try training cavalry from a Presidio anymore. If he's going to go cavalry, he's going to get a stable for that, right? To get those scout units. I think he really has to do that here. He really doesn't have a choice at this point. He just has to do it that way. If he doesn't do it that way, things are not going to be that good, honestly. So, has to kind of be careful about that, pretty much. Yep, exactly. See what he's got here. Okay. Alright. Very interesting.
Estoy listo. ¿Cuáles son mis blancos?
Oh, he's gonna go for another handicap batch from the Presidio. He better not run into any serious problems there, because he's gonna be way in there. Look at how slow this is. It's like muy despacio. Look how slow that is. Like literally stalling like crazy for that unit. Yeah, big time. It's like insane. Well, Verde has actually got a better score. No. I thought he was. I keep thinking Verde is purple for some reason. I'm like, is he doing better? No, he's actually not. So that's kind of unfortunate there. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so here comes the Lancielos coming in from that spot. That's good. Very good, actually.
Comandante.
And now he's going to do some spearmen. Spearmen, I think, could be good. Okay, here comes the Hussars, though. So watch out for the Hussars. I wouldn't engage with the Lancers. You got to keep them on the skirms. That's really the reason they're there. Okay, watch out. Watch out. Try to pick off some pikes if you can, please. Conscriptos. Put a line of them here. Up, he's exposing the artillery. It's never good. He at least beats down some of those Hussars away. Try to stall it out so he has to give up a ton of Hussars for that fight. Really wouldn't want to do that, man. Ah, no. Form up. Get the Hussars. Get rid of the cavalry. Get rid of all this cavalry. Punish him hard for it, you know? Hussars is his most expensive soldier. If you can wipe those all out and like take out a good number of his stuff, you're gonna force him back for a bit there because no. It's effectively over at this stage. Nah, he lost way too much and he wasn't able to even beat his Hussars there. So I'm probably pointing more in the direction that it's gonna be a disadvantage there. Honestly, yeah, no, it's kind of looking that way, at least to me. Yeah, not too good right now. Definitely not. Here comes the Pardos right there. Very good. Very nice. Man, take all those Hussars. Wow, insane. Here comes the Chilenos. Solid. Yep. Here comes the Mosquiteros now. The side there. Very good. Not good. He got a ton of food and he's not going to be able to do anything with it. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Yeah. Nathan held his own pretty good here, honestly. I do, and I think that's impressive, you know. He kind of played at the same rate he did against Gommuistan, but because Verde really isn't on the same competitive level as Gommuistan, he was able to make it work. I like that. I like it a lot, you know. Looking pretty solid there, honestly. So, yeah, absolutely. Good work. Good work. And finally making some wins happen tonight, which is really good. Tails as well. Yep, will those come out? Yep. Nice. Beautiful. Very nice. Alright, I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna find the next series of games. And then, I might have to leave for like 1 quick second. So, I don't know if I should start up the next match or... Let me see. Let's load this up first. Loading. Still loading. Alright. So, what's this series? I think it's called K, right? K versus N. So, let's see what that is. K versus N. Now, would be over to the left side here. This would be it. Alright. Sounds good. See what it looks like at least. If I have to jump out for a quick second, that's fine. But, yeah. Oh, Kaiser. Yeah, yep, that's the K. Kaiser. He's going to have a rough time with Kaiser. Kaiser's tough. He's a tough opponent. So, Nathan is running Spain again. And Kaiser is doing Zulu. That is a very dangerous Civ. You better watch out. You better not cry because I'm telling you why. The Zulu will always beat Spanish. It's like promised. I promise you, if the Zulu is very skilled, Spain has no business in this matchup. Like, literally. I mean, a Zulu is a real easy win against Spain. Like, really. They will beat Spain. I'm telling you right now. It's pretty much guaranteed because the way Zulu works, their initial push is just very ferocious and it really cuts away any sort of initial advantage having the quicker unit shipment arrivals from Spain really has for them. And then mid-game, you didn't think it wasn't bad enough. If you're already planning your 3 Falconet push with Spain, guess what? Zulu will build a gunpowder crawl and get out like 20 revolving cannons and they'll go boop, 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 and then you lose all your artillery and all your infantry and it'll be game over. You could try to stall it out, which can work, but it's rarely ever great. It's rarely ever good. No, I'm just telling you right now that Zulu is going to do great here. So I've never talked about Zulu really with you. So the way Zulu works in this game is they don't train military through a barracks or a stable or a foundry. they get these small children called youths that spawn from these structures here called akandas. They produce youths. They also can upgrade infantry. They also house 30 population space, so it's like a big, giant longhouse, like a mega longhouse, or a big village for that matter, that also is sort of like your barracks, in a way, because it produces the tool that you need to make your infantry with, but also your cavalry and your artillery, because the youth will make your infantry, they'll make your cavalry, and they'll make your artillery too. That's basically how they work. And for things like cavalry and gunpowder soldiers, you need a specific structure called a corral to build them. There's a horse corral for cavalry, and then for like gunpowder infantry and cannons, there's a gunpowder corral. And there are these 300 wood structures that allows you to turn nearby youths into those things if you want to. And they upgrade the relevant things as well. So yeah, that's really what makes Zulu different than any other Civ is they play very similar to the Zerglings in StarCraft. They're very hyper-aggressive, very micro-intensive. But if you do it right, you know the build, you're quick with your fingers, you can win with them very easily. They're very rewarding for very quick-thinking opponents. And that's why I like them, because it's a very blood-rushing but also rewarding experience to play as Zulu. And because of that, a Civ like Spain, which, if anything, is either equal to what they are in Asian dynasties or somewhat weaker, except for the things I mentioned, that's usually going to be their advantage, yeah. So yeah, pretty much. So just give me like 1 second, and I'm going to go check outside for what I was supposed to, and then I'll be back in, alright? Just give me a quick moment, and I'll give you the rest of the stuff about Zulu and Africans if you want. I have returned, so let's proceed, alright? Hopefully I didn't take too long. But, alright, the other thing I need to explain about Africa. They don't age up at their town centers. They're kind of similar to the Balkans, where they need an external building to age up. But here it's a bit different. You get this structure called the library. It's not just a wonderful place where you can go to read books for free. It's where you age up using a variety of different technologies. There are technologies that have the color red, blue, and yellow. The red technologies are military, the blue ones are civic, so like buildings and stuff, and then the yellow ones are economic. And what you have to do is, you either have to research a lot of one color, or research a specific combination of the 3 different colors, and then you will be aged up, right? And all 3 of those different colors have their own rewards. So what the first reward for red is, the first one will actually unlock the youths for you. So in order to get youths in the game, upon aging up, you actually need to get red 1. What yellow does first will unlock the market for you, so you can get your market in the first level of technologies. What blue will do is essentially give you a free porter that you can build another Akonda with or another building. Ideally an Akonda, because the Akonda, it's a 300 wood structure. A market is a 100 wood structure. So if you build a market with your porter from the first blue library tech, you're really missing out, man. Really badly. So looks like Kaiser will go double red library. If you go with 2 red library techs, 2 yellow ones, or 2 blue ones in age 1, that's enough to age you up. Or you can optionally go red, yellow, blue, so get all first of the 3 colors, and that's another way to age up. Yeah. Another thing about red library techs is they improve your movement speed. So they allow your infantry to actually run faster, which is pretty good, because it takes it from being like a normal unit to being closer to on par to the Japanese Ashigarus or even the Dutch flankers, which is quite nice. So these youths should be coming out right now. So he's going to get a ton of youths, and he's going to get some impies here. So he got some free youths from the first red library tech, and here comes the impies. So the impies are really just Mayan Hulkan Javelineers from the 5th edition. What does that mean? Basically, it's got a pretty meager range attack of only 15, but the rate of fire is about 1.5. So it's really doing 30 range attack for every 3 seconds. And if you remember correctly, a Musketeer's rate of fire in the 5th edition is a rate of fire of 3. So the MP just cuts that in half. So when one of those Musketeers is only like shooting out like 15, the MP is, when the standard musket does like 23 damage or something, the MP is actually doing 30 damage. So it's a pretty scary unit, you know. And obviously as you add more red text, the movement speed's going to go up even more and more, allow it to run even faster. So right now the movement speed is almost up to that of an Ashigaru. It's 4.4. So just under 4.5 of an Ashigaru, which is quite good, right? Now let's see what Spain is up to. So how's Spain? So Spain is going to stick to the script that they've done for the past 2 games they were Spain. Volunteer, so early skirm, Hussar. That's not going to work so good against Zulu now, because Zulu has the Impy, and the Impy is dishing out about 30 range damage to these volunteers for every time that they're only doing, when they're doing, the volunteers doing about, let me do the math. So I think it does about like 24, 26, 28 damage, something to that ballpark. The MP potentially is even doing more damage to the volunteer skirmisher than, or at least it's pretty much equal. Yeah, so look at that right there. That's another thing you got to watch out for with Zulu. They move very quickly on the field, and they can raid vills that aren't paying attention very quickly, because they go swing, swing, swing. They like throw them really fast, and they can like easily take out like 1 or 2 vills. So you have to be very careful, because some games of Zulu and 1v1 are decided by attrition, because the enemy has lost too many vills, and you're able to just out-train them and out-chip them. Because Zulu decks also contain tons of unit cards. You get MP, you can get Spearman, Bowman, Firebrands, which is a Siege Trooper. You can even spend some export that you get at the start of the game from a Spice Stall to send a big batch of the Zwart Hollanders. Basically a huge batch of more Musketeers, which is great. So, yeah, you get a lot of advantages as the Zulu in 1v1. Some pretty good multiplayer overall, pretty much there, yeah. Alright, we got an Umpakity here. So the Umpakity are actually your coyote runners. So these are actually cavalry, just so you know. They're sort of like, yep, Aztec coyote runners. So pretty much Spain doing volunteers, they're going to want to keep them away from these clubmen as much as possible. And it seems like the MP will be what's used to shred the pikemen there. Yeah. My bets are on the Zulu. Yeah, no, I would put my bets on the Zulu here, personally. Because, oh wow, look at what Kaiser's doing. He's moving his clubman up to the corner over there. And he's getting him into a sizable position that he can swing down. Oh no, he's moving him now. He's moving like Mume. He's moving now. He's moving the clubman now. Let's see where the clubman go. Where's the pikeman? Watch out, watch out. You don't have to risk it yet, Zulu. You can, like, literally swarm him like an insect if you want. That's one of the powerful things Zulu lets you do. You can, like, swarm your enemy like a bunch of wasps or hornets, and it can really do quite a bit of damage there, yeah. Someone here said, El Zelda Verde here. I didn't know Presidio has slower train time. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that was actually a more recent change in the latest patch. So it's okay if you didn't know that. That was actually a very extremely recent change that I just happen to remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I remember reading that and I was like, man, that's a real sting to the Mexico players in, like, competitive games. Now, as far as late game is concerned, it really doesn't matter, but definitely in, like, a real 1v1, even a 2v2, that can sometimes sting playing as the Mexicans, because now you're what used to be your, like, second town center and, like, starting fort or whatever now works at quarter of the speed that it used to. I don't think it I just can't remember if it's, like, half nerfed or just 3/4, you know. 3/4 is obviously a lot better than a half, but either way it's just not good if you're used to the normal flow of things with having a full speed on it. What I'm watching for here now is to see what Nathan ends up continuing with. So now he's doing pikemen and hussar. Alright. Now, I think in this matchup, unless you see archers, unless you see the bowmen, never do hussars against Zulu. Because MP will like rip them apart. You don't never want to throw hussars in MP. It's a bad idea. You kind of want to go pikeman volunteer, pike and shot, pikeman to hold off the clubman, and then a huge firepower of, like, ranged skirmishers to try to shred the MP out. It's really your best bet. Yeah, no, you probably should just do that personally. Yeah. But I see here Kaiser is just playing out the long game, which I think is fine. Instead of training a ton of MP up front, he's just holding on to his gold and just getting the library techs so that he can probably get to library red 3, library blue 3, and then library yellow 3. Because once you get all 3 of those, you can basically get to age 3 then. That's because the other option would be to get, like, 4 reds, 4 blues, or 4 yellows. The advantage of going 3 yellows, 3 blues, 3 reds is you don't have to spend any export on it. So if you want to get that Zwart Hollander shipment still, you kind of can and can still get to industrial age somehow, which is pretty neat. Yeah. Okay, so he's going tons of clubmen here. So he's going to go tons of clubmen. Let's see what he's got here. Okay, clubman in. Here he comes around the... watch out for the pikards, though. Here comes the pikards. Oh, man. Watch out for the pikards. Why are you going through... messing up his micro there. It's a very tense situation. So you can tell it's a very tense situation. Alright, now he has to retreat out. He's going to get more clubmen. I don't know if clubman is the solution. He might just want to get a bunch of archers, like get out 1 billion archers here, and just, like, get rid of all the pikemen and run in with the MP and, like, force his way through. Because I'd rather force the Spain to make a couple of hussars and deal with that than just have the pikemen be a constant threat in my face, you know, trying to... Because not only do they take out your clubmen, but they're also a distraction for your MP trying to hit the range stuff right behind them, too, so... It's a little and he's snared right at he's alright because he's Zulu and he gets a good economy. He can still fight back this stuff. It's just that I don't think I would have let this happen though. I would have focused on huge numbers and would have made sure he never got away with that personally. Just me, but yeah, no, like, I'm I'm one of the best Zulu players there are in this game. I'm just telling you. I don't like what he's doing with his stuff right there. He's giving Spain way too much of an advantage right now. You got to get some more firepower. You need to get some archers and MP. Go archers, MP. Get rid of the pikemen and then make the clubmen and just go zoom right into them. Like that. That's what I do. Let's see. Still has pikemen there. Okay. He's going to get rid of one skirmisher. See, you lost all your troops, though. You lost your MP advantage. You got to treat your MP like gold because they're very expensive. You lose your MP, man, you're not in good shape. Alright, well, at least his clubman had a bit of time to shine there. He's going to get... Oh, well, yeah, he missed one there, but... At least he got some time there with his clubman to do what they had to. Because that's pretty good, honestly. But, yep, now he's going to have to pull back, probably. And go back to his position, right? Alright, there you go. What did Verde say? I changed my deck a little bit, and now I use Presidio as outpost more than Barracks Town Center. That's a good idea. I would say probably you can afford to still train a bit of military at the start from the Presidio, but usually the most optimal thing is to use it as like a second town center. Yeah, the town center functionality of the Presidio is fine to keep doing. Just know that it's going to be a bit weaker than you remember it. But yeah, I wouldn't depend on it solely for my military anymore like you could in the old days. In the old days, you could use it as like your everything building, but now it's, you know, it's more of a support than the primary. All right, so now you do have some archers, but you lost your Unimass, and it's just not good. Yeah, that's really bad. No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Not good. Not good. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're seeing Spain beating Zulu. This is never supposed to happen, folks. It's never supposed to happen. Never supposed to happen like this. I don't know what you're doing, man. But go back to Zulu school. Watch some of my stuff. Not from you, Kaiser. I can't accept that type of Zulu gameplay. That's unbelievable. I did not see that coming, man. Crazy. I wonder what we're going to see for game number 2 now. That's what the first one looks like. I really have no idea what we're going to walk into now. I really don't. Let's see, though. We'll figure it out real fast. Let's see. Let's go over there. This one. All right, let's go with this one now. Yep, Kaiser 2. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we got Kaiser versus Nathan. Kaiser is still running Zulu. And Nathan, the hot dog man, is running Chile. So we got Chile versus Zulu. Alright, so Zulu should absolutely be able to handle Chile. If we see Zulu lose to Chile, I don't know what to believe. Because the thing is, Chile is slow enough that Zulu should just have an easy time here and be able to raid like crazy and dominate. Yeah, no. That should basically be an easy one, I think, for Zulu. Yeah, because at least, well, with Spain, you're dealing with 16 range skirmishers. Just technically a bit more annoying. With Chile, you got the Escopeteros, which, yeah, they have the shotgun, which is also risky, but they're a 14 range skirmisher, so you should be able to put the heat on them a bit easier, as long as you maintain numbers, because the thing is, Escopeteros are only a threat if they beat you in numbers, because then their splash attack is like a whole piece of artillery almost, but if there's not a lot of Escopeteros and you beat them with like 20 Impy, with their rate of fire of 1.5, then it feels like, you know, that Zulu's going to have an easier time with you then. Yeah. Plus Civicos, I feel like, well, the problem with Civicos in this matchup is if you do choose to go into the Diablo mode to handle the Impy, you know they're going to mix in Clubmen, and the sword attacks are going to go into the Clubmen, right? The swords attacks are going to go into the Clubmen. and it's going to negate the whole multiplier and actually add a malice to it. And then they're going to get completely swamped. That's what's going to happen, and it's not good. It's not good at all. So, yeah, it's pretty much the issue there, I would say, yeah. Alright, so we got 3 rotos here, and 1 roto there. Alright. One fact I did not mention about Chile from the previous game that they showed up. Every Chilean card gives you a free resource crate. So villager cards will give you a free 100 food crate. Some upgrade cards will give you free gold, like this, 100 gold. Some other ones, like, let me see, I'm trying to find a good example here, a good ejemplo. Do I have any ejemplos of, I'm trying to find out. Yeah, like Frontier Cavalry, they'll give you a crate of 100 wood. Yeah, it also means that the resource crate cards of Chile are just naturally better because it's 800 coin instead of 700, and then it's 700 instead of 600, so, you know. Chile, in a lot of ways, has a lot of advantages, but it just feels like, for all that they get, with, like, the better gather rate on the rotos and the free resource crates, they just feel a little bit stalled for time. Yeah. So what is he going with? He's going with the Arab Wave. Absolutely smart, stunning decision there, honestly. That's what I would do. Gallegos is definitely a go-to for me, just because they feel like a bit of a more of a consistent musketeer than the Savicos. Even if I go Savico and I'm going hard anti-cav, I'd rather have the Gallegos there as a backbone to help prop them up with their better attack stats, personally. So I think that's honestly kind of good there, personally. So, yeah. But we'll see what happens this time. I want to see, what is he doing there? Is he? He's going the 2 blue method. So he's going blue 1, blue 2, and then he goes red 1. So he's going about it differently. This is what I've been doing lately, because what it does is it allows you to get the first blue tech, right? Which is the cheapest. I did mention that the costs vary a bit. So the way it works is the blue library techs are the cheapest but the slowest to research. The yellow ones are like the middle ground. And then the red ones are the most expensive, but they're very fast. They're not very fast, but they're the fastest compared to blue and yellow. So you have to choose that as well when you're planning your build orders, like how fast you actually have to age up versus is it better to like get a cheap one and wait there for a while, or is it better to just get a nice, powerful, expensive one, you know? Yeah. So personally for me, lately I've been doing blue 1, blue 2. So that way you get 2 Wakandas out for free, on top of the one you build at the start of the game. So you have like 3, you basically have 100 population. So kind of in a similar boat almost as the Lakota, where you really don't have to worry about houses anymore for a while, because you already have that housing space to really win you a lot of games by itself. And then if you need more later, you could potentially get another Wakanda as your blue 3. Or you could build it yourself, you know, if you want to build a spice stall. Because a spice stall, if I recall correctly, costs about 400 wood. And that would be your best bet, because then you're getting 100 wood value on it. So, yeah, basically. And now Kaiser can get red 1, which he should be doing right now. If he doesn't do that, I don't know what to tell you right now. Okay, so how many bills are you on there, sir? 17. Barracks up. You get Savicos or what? Good question.
Atento.
Double wood? Is that true? I've never done double wood like that. Usually with Zulu, you want to start out with unit cards first, and then go to the resource crates later to prop up your economy and age you up. Because everything with Zulu is timing. You need timing attacks with Zulu. The best way of doing that is getting units hot off the press. Like, get this one, get this one, get this one, get this one, get the clubman one. I don't know why he doesn't have that on his deck. What does he have here? Chimorenga. Chimorenga? Really? Well, when did we ever use this? This is not a good card. I mean, it's a good one, but it's not practical. You're better off having the clubman shipment in Age 2. Or a resource crate like 700 food. That's where I think he's partly going wrong, is he's just missing out on critical shipments. Because Zulu does much better when you go unit shipments first. You beat them up like crazy in the army side of things. And while they're licking their wounds and you're still fighting them, then you bring out the resource crates. And then you start growing a little bit and start thinking about an Age 3 timing into artillery or skirmisher. That's usually the way we want to do Zulu, typically. If you don't do it that way, things can get a little bit complicated very quickly. So that's really how you want to go about Zulu on average, I would say. So yeah, big time. Don't do it that way. Things get a little tricky. That's all I'm saying. So going Archer this time, fully Archer. The opponent is Chile, so going Archer is totally fine. You know, the odds of a Chile going Lancero start is actually pretty small. Because the thing is, Chile's Lancero play is honestly peak around Age 3. Because in Age 3, the Lanceros get a card that gives them a multiplier against villagers. So, yeah. The most time you're going to see Chile go Lancero, outside of just doing it as a reaction, is Age 3. So they can get some really fierce raiding done, yeah. So it doesn't look like he uses it in his deck, but I use it a lot in mine. So if I do need to go for a raid or something, it's like very effective and like that gets the job done, yeah. He's got about 10 archers. Pretty good. Not bad at all. Shipping in 6 Impy, which I think is a great move. It's probably one of the first ones you want to get. Get the Impy first, then Clubman. Impy followed by Clubman. You do that, I think your matchup is pretty much going to be all set. He's going for more archers. I think that's fine. How many archers? 16? You can't get too many archers as Zulu, because the archer, I think, is one of the more... well, the kind of filler units with Zulu. Because honestly, Impy is your best range troop. But because these guys are so expensive, 80 food and 30 gold, like almost up there with the Janissary costs, you want to go mostly archers as the filler paper when you can, and then throw the Impy in for more straight up damage. Yeah, basically. I mean, the archers are not bad because you know what these units have statistically. They have the same stats as the Seminole Sharktooth Bowmen, so they're actually really good. But yeah, no, that's something I gotta let you know about these guys. They have the stats of the Seminole Sharktooth Bowmen, so that's sort of what they're based off of. So imagine you had the Seminole Sharktooth Bowman as a trainable unit. That would be these guys. So not the best archer out there, but they can pack a good wall up because of their multipliers. And that's the only thing you really need to consider there, pretty much, I would say. Yeah.
Ngikulungele. Ufunani?
Alright, so what do we do here? Oh man, look at that. Insane. Archers. Archers. Good job on the Svikos there. This is looking a lot better for Kaiser. Get the Clubman. Get the Clubman on the Vills. Raid, raid, raid. Good. Good job. Good job canceling out a tower there. That's beautiful. That's what Zulu's supposed to do, man. That's what you're supposed to do with Zulu. 'Cause now, if you want to push in a little bit deeper, you could find this tower here too. And does he know about it? He sees it. He sees the tower going up. Does he do something about it though? That's a question. I would say get these villas that take that tower out now. Okay, he's moving in towards the TC now. I think it's good. So calling out the Serenos now. Oh, now he's canceling out his villas. Look at that. That's smart. That's beautiful. He's gonna raid one vill there. I think he's taking the bait on the emergency units though. Like get the tower down. Like waste his wood. Punish his wood building there. Yeah. No. Oh, he built. See, you got to be smart about that. You got to pay attention to that. And you gotta like mow down the HP on those buildings, because if you did, you would have wasted like 500 wood of this, and it would be like totally failed there. I mean, I think Zulu still wins this because he's got the resource backing, and Chile's just melted in their base. Yeah. So what Chile's gonna do here is a response. He's gonna go Yungil. Yungil is a Chilean grenadier unit, so it's quite different than the way that the grenadiers work for other cities, because the Yungil has a smaller cooldown on his grenades. So I think his grenade cooldown is only 45 seconds compared to 60. It might even be 30 seconds. It's like a really quick cooldown on his grenade. So Yungils, for the most part, beautiful unit for like wiping out large swaths of infantry. Because while the normal grenadier, you have to be very careful and like throw properly, Yungeos are a much more dangerous threat because they cool down their grenades a lot faster, and they can be a constant danger for you, constantly lobbing the explosives into their front line. So yeah, Yungeo is probably the preferred unit there, and then it can begin shipping in Vivanderas, I think, because Vivanderas are a skirmisher, an H3 skirmisher, so they'll be more equipped to deal with all of this stuff, basically. That's what I would think you would want to do. The only thing to watch out for, of course, is Vivanderas are statistically weaker than normal skirmishers, because they have the ability to heal units, so they give up some of their stats, because they're not like clones of the European skirmishers. They give up some of those basic stats just to be a healer unit, which, you know, in some situations is better if you're doing a long battle. Keep your troops alive and save your resources, but when it comes to straight up stats, the Vivanderas are a lot the Vivanderas are a lot weaker than European skirms outside of the healing ability aspect. So I think in that sense, Zulu can still overpower their opponent here quite good. I mean, I like how he's building his resources up really well here and pushing out quite nicely, yeah. Just keep training your villas though, man. That's another thing. You gotta keep the economy growing with Zulu. One thing I get right with Zulu is I always make sure I'm constantly pumping in vills. Constantly keep that town center working, man. Yeah. In the old days, it was a lot easier because in the old days, you actually made your villagers using the youths as well. So you could like become like a real demigod and boom really quickly into mega numbers of vills, and it was like really scary. But I guess they ended up nerfing that, or they had somebody complain and said, "Oh, it's too hard to play a Zulu and maintain an economy," and you know, they talked the devs into like giving them like a normal economy with the town center. You know, they suffered a bit there, honestly, because now you can't boom as much, and it, you know, kind of weakened them a bit, honestly. You know, it's basically it. So here come the clubman again. He's kind of just okay. Good. You got something. Very nice. 2 dos. Very nice. All right, that was a good raid. Gets you something at least. Yeah, at this point, Nathan's just hoping that time is on his side here. Because the longer he can wait, the more shipments of Vivanderas he's going to get and try to, like, overpower the infantry of the Zulu. But at this rate, Zulu's accumulating so much that for them, they can go up to age 3 very easily and like pivot right into revolving cannons right now. That's the thing that Kaiser should be doing here. Actually, you should be pivoting into revolving cannons right now. Get the 700 coin perhaps. Use that and start putting your vills onto the mining. And make sure you have the 2 mining techs done. The 4 mining techs done, I should say. Because African market system's a bit different. Well, basically the way the African market system works, the gathering techs affect 2 things instead of 1 in a smaller amount. So, like, there's a wood costing set of techs that improves hunting and mining, and then there's a food costing one that improves mining and wood chopping. So you actually need both of those to reach your full mining rate. But anyways, I would suggest you go towards age 3, getting artillery if you're Zulu right now. Roll out like 20 cannons, full Gatling guns, go boop, 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 boop. That's what you want to do. It's mainly the way you want to handle this here. Because the thing is, it will dominate against this Chile. The only thing they can hope to do is try to like kite them off with the Vivenderas. But that only goes so far, because then you have clubmen and you can just run them down with the clubmen. And then if the anti-cav gets too close, then the revolving cannons will just spray them down with bullets, and it's a really nifty strategy. Yeah. Nathan, where's Nathan the hot dog boy at? So he's getting more he's getting the group steals now. So he kind of knows what might happen here. So I guess in that sense, maybe not going artillery might be okay. Because it looks like... And you know what? This is the name of a YouTube video that Nathan made. It's called Vivenderas and Group Steel Cannons. So he actually made a YouTube video about this sort of strategy here. He's going Group Steel Cannons to counter the artillery and then spamming a ton of Vivenderas. And look at, this is what I told you. Vivenderas are basically like paper tigers. Once you get enough, especially scout units, mixed in with other stuff, they don't last very long, you know. Compared to European skirmishers. European skirmishers have a bit more durability. These ones will go down in flames very quickly, just like that. It's very unfortunate, yeah. Big time. Absolutely insane at times, yeah. 100%. Alright, that tower's down. Very nice.
Ngaziza. Funani. Ngiyahamba. Ukalos. Ngiyahamba. Nezokuwenza. Ngaziza.
Okay. So what's Kaiser plan now? Is he gonna age up with the rest of the library techs? He should. I don't see a reason why he doesn't. He's like stalling the inevitable at this point. Though I do feel like Chile's on their last legs. Like, look at this resource count. This is atrocious, man. They're not doing too good right now. What's his Vil count at, too, by the way? 30? Alright. He's got 1 mining tech, 1 wood chopping tech, and he's got both hunting techs. You can tell that by looking at the resource cost. He actually had 3 food gathering techs. He got Then you got hunting dogs. You got steel traps gave him 2. Okay, alright. Wanted the cost go up by 2, and then he's got 1 because you can do math by looking at the cost of the roto to see how much ecotex he has actually. So he has 1 wood, 1 gold, and then 2 hunting ones. Alright. Fair enough. Okay, Kaiser is gonna get red 3 now. That's going to be a good one because then he can actually get his first set of upgrades. He can start adding shields to his infantry to get their HP up. He can start upgrading their weapons. He can upgrade the spears. He can upgrade his clubs. He can upgrade his bows. Because the way Africans work, they upgrade their weapons individually. So you don't just get a straight up veteran upgrade. You actually have to upgrade a shield to upgrade all your infantry at the same time and their HP. And then you get individual weapons you upgrade one by one, like spears, bows, and clubs. The spear is the most versatile one because it affects the spearman, the MP, and your ultimate unit too, so it affects like 3 different soldiers, whereas the club only affects 1 and then the bow affects 1, so yeah, kind of interesting. See, but yeah, that was a good win for Zulu. That's how Zulu is supposed to be done usually. Very pressureful, like ripping down towers, tearing them apart. That's the way Zulu is supposed to be implemented usually. So I think that was a very good setup there for Zulu, honestly, and I was pretty impressed to see that. You know, I think he could have done things a little bit faster and a little bit more scary, I think. It's probably the route I would have gone, but, yeah, now let's move on to the next one here. Let's see where we're at. So now we are on, Peru versus Chile. So this is a Viringo game. We're going to get to see some Viringo stuff again, man. Peru versus Chile. So a bit of a different perspective, which is always nice. Let's see, Peru versus Chile. Peru versus Chile. Let's see, Peru versus Chile. Where is that? This one here? Or it must be this one, right? I would think it would be this one, correct? Yeah, I would think. And then Korea versus Autonomos. Alright, let's see what that one's about, too. Just let me know if you've seen this one before. I'll try to remember myself. Okay, so it's Nathan playing as Peru. Oh, Nathan's playing as Chile, and then Viringo's playing as Peru. Alright, so Viringo's playing Peru, and Nathan's playing as Chile. Okay. Totally makes sense. Alright. So, this is a very fascinating matchup. Well, I would probably put my bets on the Peru somewhat, but it's kind of complicated. It really depends on what Peru has in mind. Because, see, there's a few respectable builds for Peru. They can go Brinero, Pardo, so they get Spearman with Brinero. They can go straight up rush with the Legion Piranha Grenadiers and like overwhelm their opponent with them. It's another option. Or you can go Lancero sometimes too. Or you can also go Mushatero Brinero or Mushatero Pardo. There's a few different viable combinations you can go with Peru, but most commonly we see Brinero massing first, followed by some Spearmen and Mushateros as needed, or we see Legion Piranha like spam. That usually seems to be the primary competitive way to play Peru. And I think Viringo actually knows that better than anyone because he actually taught me a few builds of how to do that. So I know more than anyone how to pull that off, I think. So absolutely, it's quite strong there, I would say, pretty much. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, I was looking at Discord. I guess Aceling's deciding on a movie to watch for Friday with her fans. Talk about good Halloween movies. Because Halloween is coming up around the corner, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. Spooky, spoopy, spoopy. Spoopy, spooky, spoopy. But yeah, anyways, 1v1 Cap. So is this Cap's Chile deck? Interesting. I didn't realize that was Cap's deck. Looks pretty good. I mean, I will say it looks pretty solid, honestly, for a Chile. It's probably what I would use, but, yeah. I would include, you know what I would include if it was Chile? I would include more economic cards, for me personally, with Chile. Because Chile is supposed to become really easy peasy, lemon squeezy in the late game. Yeah, that's typically how you want to go Chile. You want to go mega on the economic techs. Like, try to get Refrigeration, Casa de Moneda, Gran Coco, and all the other ones. That's usually the way you want to go with Chile. Because, as I said before, and as you see in the unit description here, the villagers actually gain 50% additional gather rate from every tech. That includes the card ones here, too. Because a Roto will actually get about, I believe, 30% improvement from Refridge, which is really insane, yeah. It's beautiful, actually. And then, same thing with Casa de Moneda. I believe Gran Coco would improve the Ville on gold by, like, 32.5, which is good. And so forth and so forth. Even Eco Theory here, Extractivism, helps the Rotos out by 15% instead of 10. So the more eco cards you can include in a Chile deck, the better off they're usually going to be combat-wise. So you definitely got to consider that when you're setting up as them, I would say. Definitely. Also, not to be weird, but I would actually be against including a Frontier Cav in your deck because it's a maneuver unit, and if the enemy isn't going Assault, Frontier Cav are kind of poop, you know? They're almost like the Force Publiques because they have the multiplier versus the natives, but they're just a Dragoon, so the class just doesn't always get useful. Because I didn't mention this in Wars of Liberty, Dragoons only have range multipliers against the Assault Cavalry, not the Scout. So if you try fighting a Hussar at range with the Dragoon, it'll do like no bonus damage to it, but if it fights a heavy cav unit like a Cuirassier or like a Lancer or something, then it gets a multiplier in range. So kind of reduces some of the worth of maneuver units in a way. So yeah, definitely something worth considering there. Alright, so now going with Cage Trap there, basically Steel Trap for Lamb Sieves. That should give him a pretty good food rate for now. Also picking up the 800 wood. Very good infrastructure base card there. Should give him enough for market tax, military buildings, even a few Escobateros if he needs them. As Viringo's going with Mi Baraja. So he went with 3 Cholos. He also picked up Naturalist Expedition for the hunting raid. He's also got gold. He also has this important card, Campaña de Restauración. It adds 15% range damage. It actually adds 50% to all damage actions to the unit, but then it adds an additional 50% damage to the hand attack specifically. So hand attack wise, the Grenadier will do 30% more damage, which is huge. But even at range, it's doing 50% more range damage with both the grenade throw and the musket attack. So really good attack card to add to your Grenadiers to make them really good there. I'm learning Peru, which is the best immigrant. I like Irish, Chinese, and Japanese are kind of bad. If you're playing as Peru, you should probably go Chinese on average. Chinese is the best option because the Chinese technologies are actually really good. They all focus on natural resources. In particular, if you're going to go for a Bañero push, which is an exclusively wood-costing skirmisher, doesn't cost any food, just wood, go Chinese because they get a card, a tech, I think it's called Chafel, and it boosts your wood chopping rate by 10% as well as your mining rate. Then they even have another tech too that helps your hunting and berries. So yeah, Chinese in H2 is very early game oriented and can help your economy out. Also, their unit, the Coolie, good siege unit, not a bad choice if you want to siege something down quickly. The Coolies can be really good, quick sniping sapper unit that you can use. That too. Japanese is never going to be a good choice unless you're in a very specific situation where you want to get the dojos, which I think in most gameplay is usually unreasonable. Yeah, and then in the case of the Irish I have used at times, but it's only because of their artillery. Yeah, I've only gone for them because of their artillery before. And I haven't really touched on it much ever since they changed the way that the potato farming tech has worked. So, yeah, that's something worth revisiting and looking at, I think. Definitely. So, yeah, absolutely. That's something I should probably investigate a little bit more, honestly. Definitely. So, yeah. Some Lanceros here are poking in pretty good. Not bad. Oh, look at that TP going down. Not good. Not good, man. Not good at all. You have to pull back, right? Pull back. Pull back. Pull back. Oh man, look at that. Not bad at all. Very good. Very good. And 5 more Grenadiers coming in. 6 more shipping in. Alright. Very nice. Ooh! Good throw there in the back. Alright. Got the magic throw. Here's the Savicos though, but in this case, generally these Grenadiers should be able to hold their own just fine because Grenadiers, this heavy infantry, actually have some pierce armor, so they can resist a little bit better than the Savicos, which is pretty cool, yeah. And it's totally possible too during the skirmish these guys will get their grenade throwback and they'll, yeah. Another thing too you can do is Peru, you can run, because they get this cool grave bonus where if a Peruvian soldier dies, they get a grave, and then the other soldiers will get an increase in line of sight and movement speed, and they'll be able to retreat. So now we can come back in again and resolve to hit him with the Grenadiers again, which is good. Ooh, nice. Good throw. Took one out and really barred up the rest. I think he has some throws left too, so we'll have to observe, I think. Yep, absolutely. See if he can pull it off, maybe. Yeah, see, he's got some in the back there that can still throw. This guy doesn't even get his throw done at all, which is unfortunate. Yeah, big time. Brooks is down. Alright, shipping in the artisanals now. Alright, so in this situation, the artisanals will be a nice way to push back some of these grenadiers, because otherwise, Legion Piranhas in this number should be able to beat the Civicos no problem. Yeah. Absolutely. So this is a good demonstration, really, of Legion Piranha start as Peru. Not going Briniero Pardo, but going straight up Legion Piranha. Which you can do mainly against civs that it's hard to set up cavalry with. And then you just stack like crazy, and yeah, pretty much. It's quite good. You could even fight some cavalry with the Grenadiers, because again, they're heavy infantry, so anything like the Lancero will not get a multiplier against them, and then with the Stoyacion card, they actually get a really decent hand attack and can kind of fight them off to an extent, so it's a really complicated situation with Peru that you always have to be mindful of, basically, when battling them, yeah. I don't know how that Vil got away there. Did you see that one almost died there? I don't know what happened. Yeah, no, Chile is a really slow grandma and grandpa speeding civ, really. They really just, I don't know. But Irish has Fenians and St. Patricio Siege. Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. San Patricio cans are really good. They're basically, falconets. They're immigrant falconets. So, if you want artillery, go Irish. Get those lovely falconets, those San Patricios. And the Fenians can be great because the Fenians are actually green jackets, so kind of more range than your average early game skirmisher. So that can sometimes bode well for you, especially if you're playing Dragoons, since their multipliers are always going to be good against Dragoons typically, since they're basically just immigrant green jackets almost. You have a specialty versus Dragoons rather than muskets. Yeah, I think this is a clear Viringo window at this point, yeah. Absolutely. Good job, Viringo. Good job over there, man. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's check out the next one that he posted. I'm going to pull it up right now, load it in. See what it looks like. Yep. See here. What's it called again? Let me look here on the Discord server. Just rolling it down now. It's called Colia versus Otomos. Alright, let's see that one. C for Colia. This one here. Very nice.
Evet. Evet.
Alright, so let me get this set up. So Nathan is playing as Ottomans and Viringo is playing as the Orochronisiv. So we got the Orochronisiv versus the Ottomans. Now that's an interesting one because I've seen this matchup a number of times and it's kind of been different each time. It really depends on person and depends from person to person and how skilled they are. Because sometimes I feel like Korea wins and sometimes Ottomans win. It's really a 50-50 split almost. Like if one of these people like slips up a bit, the other one will just cap on them really easily. That's usually what I find in this case. Is typically if you get a really strong Korea and the Ottoman is just not with it that day, then the Korean will win. But if the Ottoman player is solid and then the Korea sort of slows down a bit, then they're going to lose. The biggest question to ask in a Korea versus Ottoman matchup is how good is the Ottoman at using their Abyss guns and how good is the Korean at using their archers. It really just comes down to archers versus Abyss. That's really it. Because what you find is the archers of Korea can outrange an Abyss gun. So if the Ottoman is not that good with picking fights with their Abyss guns and they get them exposed, the archers will shred them and they will win against the Janissaries. Right? Also, you got to consider if the Korea will consider a fast fortress at all. The Ottomans will consider a fast fortress at all and get the Safai shipment into the Mamluks, because that can throw the Koreans into a pit at that point, sort of. Especially the Mamluks, because the Mamluks have so much HP that they'll be able to tank for a while. The Safais can sometimes be dealt with if you have enough archers. If you don't have enough archers, it's obviously a huge problem, but yeah. Really just depends on, the situation, obviously. So you gotta be careful there. So one card that I really don't understand in this Viringo deck ever is Advanced Wonders. This is like a really cringy... Also, he's running water cards in his deck on a land deck. This is bad choice. Bad. Muy malo. Bad. Don't ever do this. You gotta make separate decks for land and water. Because now he just wasted 2 potential card slots he could have used to win. Because I already see a number of cards that he's really lacking in. He's lacking the Spear Shipment. He's lacking the Tiger of Lore of the Mountains card in H2. A lot of cards missing. This one, I don't know. That's also a really bad choice. Just saying. His age 5-4 looks alright. I just wouldn't get Spearman that late. I would put a Byung shipment in at that stage, personally. But, yeah. The H3 looks okay besides this mess. This is good, this is good, this is good. Alright. I can accept the rest of that, but definitely the water cards need to go. The Advanced Wonders needs to go. You gotta correct that thing if you want to look spick and span, You gotta basically fix it up a bit pretty much. And that should be pretty good there, I would say. Yeah, big time. 100%. But, yeah, I would say in general here. Okay, Grand Palace, good. That's a good one. If you went with any other one, there things would get a little risky. Okay, and Ottoman's going up with Artisan. Alright, that's fine. It's totally acceptable. So, what is this deck? It's called BO. Build Order. Overall, the deck looks totally fine. It's got everything it needs in it, I would say. I mean, the focus on some upgrades for artillery is always nice, The fact that he's focused on getting the attack up on his Abyss can be good. Definitely. But, yeah. This is one of those maps where I might consider going Advanced Trade Post. Because, honestly, on Mendocino, the trade routes are so small and easy to traverse that getting both TPs on both routes is just astronomically good. Especially once you get Stagecoach. So... I would totally vie for Advanced Trading Posts on this map. I don't know about other maps, but this one is totally fine to run Advanced Trading Posts on, because getting a double Stagecoach here as Ottoman is near fatal to your opponent, and that would basically bury the Koreans, or at the very least put them in check. Because Koreans rarely ever need the trade route. Koreans just focus on villager numbers. It's really their strength. Because of this particular wonder right here that I'm going to show you. So this wonder right over here, the Grand Palace, produces villagers for free over time, right? Produces villagers for free over time. And in addition to producing villagers for free over time, it contains all of the initial European market tax. So hunting dogs, placer mines, and gang saw, but it has them at double price. So while it is double price, and you normally would say, "Oh, that's super expensive. I don't like that." Well, basically, the way it ends up working is you actually get a really good early economy because now you're getting a plus 10% on your hunting, a plus 10% on your mining and wood chopping, and that ends up acting like a free, like a economic theory that you have to pay for, and then it actually puts you in good shape there for a while. Yeah, no. So what the Ottoman ends up doing, double barracks Jan against Korea. Double barracks Jan against Korea. That is very bad idea. Bad idea. That's bad idea. That's bad. Alright. So, why is that a bad idea? Mainly, the main unit that Korea uses at range is the archer, the Myeongyung. This guy here, the Myeongyung archer. Or crony archers, as I call them sometimes. These guys are longbowmen. So they're Korean longbowmen. So they have 22 range. They have rate of fire 1.5, and then they have multipliers against Janissaries, against heavy infantry. So if you run double barracks Jan against these archers, you can suffer really bad losses. Like, look at this right here, what's going to happen. Right now, the numbers are kind of small, so it's not obvious, but once you get, a few of these archers out, things go really south really fast. Because now, basically, the Ottoman has to sort of reassess and retreat. But I'm a little bit worried because Viringo is being a little risky here. I would wait till I get, like, Spearmen to do this. That's me. But, nah. Alright, so I don't know why Nathan didn't just pop the Janissaries down here and like sabotage them with the scimitar melee. That would have been a good idea. Because now you're allowing Koreans to use their range advantage on you. Look at how many arrows the Koreans get into your soldiers that you can't even fight back against. That's where Korea wins, is the 22 range. Because a 12 range Janissary, even as they're retreating, are going to take arrows into them, and it's going to be very, very devastating for them to deal with. Typically. So yeah, that's sort of the situation you're running into there, is basically you're trying to essentially, in so many ways, trying to avoid the arrows of these archers, but because they have 22 range, they're just brutal and they'll like shred you to thin basically. So you gotta be very, very careful of that, I would say. Big time. So just saying. It can get a little bit hectic at times. But you get there. You definitely get there. Alright, so he did ship in the 3 Delhi card. That's great for Ottomans. Archers will be forced to retreat. He does have 1 spearman. I don't know why he just has 1. I mean, you might be able to snare with it, but it's kind of a funny choice. I'm not saying it's a bad one. I mean, the spear can obviously help like ward the cavalry off, but yeah, it's basically what you would use there, I would say, for sure. So, yeah, definitely. Alright, this will give you a big batch of spearmen, just so you know. Because in the Definitive Edition game, Russians will give you Cossacks, but in Wars of Liberty, you get spearmen. You get the Opolshenai pikemen, basically Royal Guard pikemen. So, pikemen with archers, obviously a really good matchup. Quite good. Now, let's see what these delis can pull off here. Because the Ottoman delis in this game have some really good HP. Like 410, that's really good. But they lack a little bit of hand attack. but their HP is just phenomenal. They're very, very durable. Yeah. So you definitely gotta watch out for them. He's got the single spearman right there. And then he's gonna run down with the Appelshenets. Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, no. Is he going to snare and take out one of his calves? He could. No. Yeah, thankfully the delis can ride out pretty fast. Because I believe the delis ride faster than hussars. They have a movement speed of 7.25, which, yeah, more on par with the cherry bums than the hussars, I would say, and the Uhlans. And then in this situation, you want to keep your archers. You see in that spot, right? Okay, very good. Very solid. Pull back. Pull back right there. Very good. Very nice.
예, 출동 실시. 준비. 대기. 준비. 대기. 예?
Готов. Сделаю.
준비.
도와주세요. 난 상처를 입었어요. 명령. 실시.
대기.
에? 그렇죠.
예?
적은 강하게 느낍니다.
What's Korea again? 700 wood. Pretty good time for it, actually. Whereas Nathan, Hot Dog Man, is going, adding in more Janissaries. Yep. But he is growing towards Fortress Age, so gotta kind of watch out for that, I think, if you're the Koreans. I think, honestly, the fact Nathan's just been going Janissary has literally gave Korea a huge advantage. Like, if the Korea had to deal with Abyss guns in a proper manner, that's where things probably would have went pretty south, honestly. Yeah, no, Abyss is where Koreans have to really struggle. Because the Abyss deals crush damage, and that can shred the archers. So, Koreans actually have to micro twice as hard around Abyss gunners. But, yeah, we'll see, though. We'll see what ends up happening between this Ottoman and Korea matchup. Should be quite interesting at the end. No, absolutely, it should be. Got Pikeman coming in over there. Nice. Very good. Barracks is down. Beautiful. Very good. Very good. Alright, Pikeman will continue the siege there, right? Quite nice. Yep. Training posts is up, down right now. Really good. Oh, nice. Very nice. Very, very good. Yeah, like that.
Evet. Emrin.
Fingers are a bit cold. Ugh. Getting colder out here these days. Getting close to the 30s during night. Definitely. So how many delis? He's got 8 delis. He's got a big stack of jans. He's got barracks and stable back here now. There's Ringo. Ringo's stacking spears and archers, which every Korea should do. He's also inching towards age 3, which I think is really important. He actually has 2 gold crates that he could pull that off with, which is solid. Oh, he's going to go for advanced wonders. Okay. I can kind of understand the method of his madness now. 'Cause that was a bit of a confusion for me. I didn't quite understand what he was doing with that exactly, but yeah, that should be good there. Pretty much, yep. So you got spearmen, upper shenets, archers, not bad.
대기. 예?
Uh-oh, not good. Not good at all.
대기, 이동.
대기. 준비.
Alright, so, oh, he's gonna make the Hwasong Fortress right there. Not bad at all. Now that'll go up a lot quicker, and then it'll also have more HP on it too, which is good. I think Koreans are in the better position here. Honestly, yep. Alright, so Alright, spears connect with the cavalry, and archers start to shred the janissaries. Watch out though, man. Ooh, boy. Spearmen are gonna have to come back now. He's got spearmen over here though, so it's okay. So ooh, there we go. See, this is the Orochrony Civ right here, man. This is the power of the Orochrony Civ. Tons of archers, beautiful. Then his fortress is up. I think at that point, Nathan, the hot dog man, decided, you know what? I can't deal with this Orochrony Civ no more, man. Orochrony Civ is too much. The soft plush crony bear to hug tight is too dangerous for me to try to fight. And that part is absolutely true there. Big time. Absolutely. Big time. Alright, let's go on to the next one now. Let me scroll it up. Let's boot it up. Find it. Very nice. Let's see what we got. Oh, somebody wrote a message too. Let's see what we got. Which is better, Japan, China, or Korea? Korea is the strongest of the 3. Korea is the strongest. Japan would be second, and then China third. Korea, Japan, China. Korea is the strongest. Well, I'll tell this to you. At least in my perspective, the Koreans are the strongest civ in Wars of Liberty. Meta-wise, economically, militarily. Korea just happens to be the best civ in the game right now. Yeah. So if you're looking for the best civ in the game to pick Koreans. Pretty much it, yeah. Alright, got Japan versus Brazil now. Let's see Japan versus Brazil. Where is that? Japan versus Brazil. Donde está? Where we are. Trying to find it here. This one. Let's see this one now. Very good. Let's do this one here. So we got the cherry orchards down. Very nice. Beautiful.
何
And all the villas going on the cherry orchards. That's very nice too. Yep. So, Japan versus Brazil. Nathan's playing as Brazil, right? Yeah, and then Viringo's playing as Japan. I think in this matchup, well, at least in my opinion, I would put my money on Japan. I just feel like Brazil suffers the same fate as Chile, where they're just slow to get going, but they suffer it even worse. I feel like you have to jump through 20 hoops to make Brazil work in a 1v1, whereas Japan just does it naturally because they have the shrine part of their economy that makes the economics work, and then in the military side of things, you got the Shiguma Musketeer, basically your Ashigarus, and they're just a really beautiful unit. They got really good Musketeer stats, and then they have the movement speed at 4.5, and they just, they can almost act as anti-infantry if the other opponent is being slowpoke against them. So I think Japan is looking favorable against Brazil. I don't think you should ever run Brazil in a 1v1. You only want to run Brazil in like team games where you know you're secured. Yeah, no, that's a fact, Jack. You don't really want to run Brazil in 1v1s anymore. I think in the old days, when they felt a little bit more normal with the villager training and stuff, I think running Brazil was okay. It was just a bit different, but nowadays, Brazil is mostly reserved for being either a late game civ or a team game civ to get the most out of them. Because, look, what makes Brazil great is Royal Guard muskets, Royal Guard spearmen, Royal Guard escoltas, and then their mounted skirms, the Cazador Montados, which you obviously don't really get till later, right? Your ultimate unit is not that great. I mean, it's good, but it's nothing exceptional. I mean, obviously there's some lamb civs that get some beautiful ultimate units like Chile with their war wagon even, their Carneta Bandita. Peru gets the really strong sailors that shoot really fast with the rate of fire of insanity. Got that. So yeah, no, I mean, in all honesty, I would just say Brazil is probably one of the weaker Latam civs to run in 1v1. Definitely. Yeah. But we'll see, though. I mean, I talked doom and gloom for a while, but maybe they can do it. No. Alright, so Japan starts Heavenly Kami. That's a pretty obvious one. No doubt Viringo does not do the consulate. He actually goes for a market, which I think is pretty interesting. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, you start with the market on Silk Road. Yeah, this is Silk Road. Viringo loves, quote-unquote, casual maps. So, normal maps. So, somehow they're playing on Silk Road, yeah. Not a bad choice. I mean, Silk Road definitely has some good benefits to it, so that's always good, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's good. Totally good. So the first German wave coming in for Brazil. That seems to be the preferred one, I think. I think most Brazils go Germany first. It does give them some gold. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it does give them some gold that they can put into villager production. Also a nice defensible tower. Kind of like your governor general, politician. Another thing, too, basically, you gotta keep in mind with Brazil. They don't train villagers normally. They actually train them using the Russian block system. So instead of like buying one vill at a time or training one vill at a time like you do with most civs, Brazil like buys 3 slaves for the cost of 270 gold. So not 270 gold, it's actually like 210 gold because honestly gold is a more valuable resource in food, so the number just has to be a bit smaller to be economically balanced and feasible. Yeah. One thing I don't like here... Oh, no. I was like, why are you getting sickle now before you even get a mill? That's very bad. Because Brazil doesn't get hunting dogs and steel traps. They get the farming sickle and the plow. So they give up all of their extra hunting prowess for farming. So mill gathering with Brazil is just really good by the fact that you get such early techs to push you into it, basically. So let's see what he ends up doing here. Alright. So whenever I get these agricultural wagons as Brazil, I always go for plantations myself because they give you more bounty and they're more valuable. Yeah, because see, Brazil gets this bonus where on every Egypt they get an agricultural wagon. You can make a mill or you can make a plantation. For me personally, making a plantation is the best move because it's a more expensive building, costs wood, a little bit more wood, you know, gives you more value for building it. It's quite nice actually. So yeah, pretty much. Exactly, yeah. And I'm looking at the Wars of Liberty Discord right now. It says, we are almost at the end of the journey through the upcoming religious sites, and for entry we go further south into the Arabian Peninsula, where the Zaidi Yemenites had defended their homeland with the help of their remote but fortified villages. They don't tend to like strangers, but if you ally with them, you'll get access to the Mokolatil, tribal archers armed with shields for extra defense. Where will we go for our last announcement? I want to read your predictions. Oh yeah, that's cool. New natives, that's always awesome. Yeah, they're gonna have a ton of native warriors in that Middle East patch. Just saying, coming up with all sorts of good stuff. Yeah, but anyways, where are we at in this match? So Ringo goes Portuguese consulate now, which I think pretty good option. You know, Portuguese can always be sold into Japan 1v1 because if you go for a spam of Ashigarus, or in this case Shigumas, you can back them up with the Academico early game skirms. It's sort of like a counter to the enemy's heavy infantry and to give you a slight edge. Yeah, that's basically what you do there. I see Ringo's already getting the second berry or cherry orchard technology as well. The Yakazura lanterns, which is quite good. We got a barracks right here and gonna start making some Shiguma musketeers, which I think is quite nice. Yeah, very good. Train some Kies out. Very nice. That's unlucky right there. Yep. Kind of an interesting choice by Brazil to go Mushatero opening. I think it definitely threw Japan for a bit of a loop there. I mean, obviously it wasn't too failed because you only lost one bill, but yeah, definitely an interesting situation to find yourself in as Japan, because I think Ringo just assumed, okay, he's going to open Conscripto because Brazil has good muskets. And I said, oh, I'm going to go Skirmisher. That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, definitely. I will tell you, though, there was a time, and I think it was on stream. I think it was on stream when this happened, where Viringo and I were doing a 1v1. I was Korean, he was Japan. He somehow managed to win with Japan. I was like, how did he do that? I was like, whoa. How did you do that, man? I was like, whoa. Yeah, I was doing archers, I was doing everything right, and he somehow held the position down. So I think, you know, the man's in some deep dog doo-doo now. Because, look, Viringo did that actually on an ESOC map. It was ESOC, Arizona. So it was a competitive map. It wasn't like he was on this big, giant, normal map. He was on like a normal... He was like on an actually competitive map, and he beat me out with Korea. So I think Viringo's Japan capabilities are often underestimated. But We'll find out, though. I will find out. Because there was another time I was facing as Japan, and I actually beat him just fine. It was on a normal map. It was not on an Eastpac map. It was on the, trying to remember which one it is. It's the one that has, I think it was Alberta. Yeah, I think it was Alberta. The one that has the mines off to the right side of the map. No, the left side of the map, yeah. It was off to the left side of the map. And then the middle side has a river, and you cross it, and yeah, basically. Oh, wow, look at these Akademikos taking out the Mosquiteros now. Quite good.
Sim.
And more bills coming out, right? Very good.
Preparado.
Prep another shrine, very good. Oh, 19 Kievs. That's pretty solid. Find it interesting. Viringo's just deciding to use the volunteers here to basically scout around and raid vills. Definitely. But I think honestly too, Nathan going for the Age 3, the semi-fast fortress was probably the way to go here. Because now he's got the Cazador Matados, which is a mounted skirmisher. And technically what he would use to go toe-to-toe against his Kies with. Yeah. Yeah, basically the Cazador Montados are pretty much just, you know, they're basically a Cazador on a horse. So they got the same armor values as the Definitive Edition Cazadors do. HP's kind of similar, but yeah. The big thing about Cazador Montados is their mobility. It's really what they stride for most, because since they're a mounted skirmisher, they don't have the same range as a foot skirmisher, which is 20. They only have 16 range. But honestly, they're very strong because they're one of the only skirmishers left in the game that gets a form of counter-infantry rifling. So that makes them pretty good. And for some reason, Nathan isn't running that card. So if you die, Nathan, we know why. Yeah, no, because counter-infantry rifling was actually removed from the game by the Wars of Liberty team and replaced with breach loading, which is a arsenal tech that improves rate of fire instead of multipliers, which is pretty interesting. But there are still some instances of counter-infantry rifling that do exist, namely the card that Brazil gets with the Cazador Montados. Also, the Middle East culture will get a form of counter-infantry rifling as well, as you might know. But not only that, it also adds more multipliers onto anti-skirms as well. So benefits all members of the skirmish tag, which is pretty neat, you know, because it benefits so much, I would say, in that sense.
Sentido. Tô pronto. Posso ordem.
Oh yeah, this map has Bactrian camels on it too, which is pretty neat. Wars of Liberty add regular dromedary camels as a huntable, and then they added the Bactrian one with 2 humps as well. So if you like camels, Wars of Liberty has you covered with the camels, man. Camels all around, basically. Oh man, look at the Kievs using their numbers so well there. Insane. What does Nathan even do? Does he like try to ship in more of these? Does he try to get the horse grenadiers in? He could get horse grenadiers. He could go for his Argentine brigade of horse grenadiers and get 8 of them. That could be pretty good. Oh, I would consider that actually as a reasonable tactic, yeah. He also has the H4 one too, the Argentine Force, which gets him up to guard upgrade, which is not bad either, honestly, yeah. Alright, so we're at kind of an interesting crossroads in the match, so we'll see battle-wise who's got the advantage here, I would say. Definitely. Big time.
Faça ordem. Tô pronto. Faça ordem. Tô pronto. Faça ordem. Sentido.
Olá. Sim.
Oh, putting the Ingeno down. That can be quite good. So the Ingeno is basically like a giant farm that can have up to 20 villagers on it. And you actually get to choose what it's configured to gather. Just like a rice paddy. So you can choose food, you can choose gold, and you can even choose wood, which is quite good. Wood is good. So, yep, it's basically like a giant rice paddy that gives you the additional option of wood on it too. So, yeah, pretty cool building. Also making some escoltas, I see. Not a bad option. Considering they have the assault tag, which skirmishers have a mouse against. That's quite good. Right, so all these PAs aren't even veteran upgrade yet. You should probably get them up the veteran upgrade before engaging. That's at least what I would say to do. He could also get Way of the Marksman to get their range up by 2 and improve their other stats, which would be quite good, I would say. Yeah. More shrines coming up for Japan, it looks like. How many shrines is he on? 15, so he could still get 5 more shrines and really benefit from that, but you should probably consider there, I would say. Try to get the shrines as fast as you can as Japan. It just really helps you out pretty much, yeah. That's what I would say. Oh, picking up the arsenal text for the yeah, not bad. That should be quite useful too. Yeah. Oh, picking up breweries, that's a powerful tech from the German immigrant level. The German immigrants in age 3. Basically, it gives you 3 gold works from Paraguay. Quite nice. And then if you go to age 4 with German immigrants, they get a tech that gives you 4 woodworks from Paraguay. So, really good options there, actually. Big time. Yeah, here comes the Escolts and the Casinamentados. I feel like this artillery piece is kind of dead weight, so I'm not too worried about that. Mostly want to see what these casualties do, because I can tell you right now, Viringo is in a much better statistical position because of his numbers right now. And the fact that Japan is now adding Gunter Riders into boot, really dangerous. Because guess what? These Gunter Riders have a multiplier against skirmish tag. And mounted skirmishers like the Cazador have the skirmish tag. So even though they're on a horse, these replacements Naganatas will still cook mounted skirmishers just as much as they would do the dismounted ones. So that's the difference between Wars of Liberty and Definitive Edition. Definitive Edition only defines like light infantry as being dismounted, whereas Wars of Liberty also has light infantry that are mounted, like the Cazador Montado, like the Chancellor Cheval, like the bicycle infantry. So mounted skirmishers do exist. And yeah, pretty much that. Rimfire ammunition, that's basically just a range attack improvement by 15% for the PAs that you can train out of the Golden Pavilion. The Golden Pavilion is your second wonder you would go with Japan. Toshugu Shrine the first, and then Golden Pavilion the second. Golden Pavilion basically lets you choose which military tactic you want to improve on. If it's set to this, then it'll improve the range units. If you have it on the sword one, it'll improve the melee units. If you have it on the fist one, it'll improve your hit points. And then there's one with the foot that'll improve all your units' movement speed. So all sorts of different modes there that you can go with Japan. Yeah, big time. Oh, switching to the Canal Now can, that's probably the preferred choice, I would say. Because the Canal Nows have some good range on them, and they'll be able to hit the Brazilian building positions a bit easier. Alright, switching to probably Japanese isolationism, right, for more damage. It's typically what you would do as Japanese in any rendition of the Civ, I would say. So yeah, that makes total sense. good that you have the artillery exposed, but as long as you keep it away from the skull, it should be okay. Yeah. So the Gunto Riders are technically going to be worse off against Assault because Assault has hand armor, but against Skirmish, they will shred them. Look at the Skirms getting shredded by the Gunto Riders. That's quite impressive there. Big time. Oh, there we go. Nice match. I knew Japan was going to pull ahead in that just because Japan, even in Legacy, even in Definitive Edition, is always a more consistent Civ, I would say. Absolutely. So, yeah. Alright, so I think we got another one to watch now. Let me see. Which new ones did we not see yet? We got Severo versus Nat 1, and then Severo versus Nat 2. So Nathan versus Severo, so some pretty good matches there. Let's check them out, see what they're all about. Let's load it up, people. Let's see. I thought at first when I read the recording, I thought it meant like Native Warrior strategy, but no, it's like Nathan. Nat Nathan. Alright, so let's see what those ones are. It should be C for Severo. Juanito Severo. Juanito Severo. Alright, where we are with Juanito Severo. Let's see here. Let's do this one first, and then we'll check out the other one next. Alright, so we got Nathan playing as Peru, and Severo is playing as Haiti. Peru versus Haiti. That one's actually a very fascinating matchup. You would think that Haiti would have the advantage just because of their high tier list ranking and pretty good consistency in combat, but I have seen some pretty good defensive plays from a Peru before, namely on non-ESOC maps from Viringo. So we'll see who wins this one. Absolutely. So it should be interesting. So basically with Haiti, you got to remember a very important point. Namely, you should try to combat your enemy in their own base or far away from your town center, because Haiti gets a nice bonus where military units away from a certain radius of their town centers basically will get increased attack. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Makes them pretty formidable. And then also, there's another cool bonus of Haiti that's more of like a defensive one, where if you lose a villager, a Civite, if it gets destroyed, there's a chance that you can actually revive it using voodoo black magic. Yeah. So basically, the villain will sit there for a little bit, for a number of seconds, and turn into another form where it'll lose HP. And as long as that form hasn't lost all of its HP yet and died, you can spend about 10 food, and revive that fallen villager as a zombie. And the zombie will just be like a regular villager that moves at a slower speed, thus being more prone to being taken out. So basically there is a chance that you can undo raids at least once, because once that zombie dies, then the villager dies for good in the zombie form. So there is a chance you can, as long as you prepare your defenses and everything pretty good, you can actually undo some of the raids that your enemy does to you by reviving those villas as zombies and keeping them in a pretty secluded area. Like, keep them near a mill, near a tower or something. Just leave them alone and let them do it, basically, yeah. Pretty much, I would say. I think the best place for them would probably be on wood lines, because the problem with farming is obviously you notice in the animation that the villagers actually have to walk around the farm to gather from it. Thus, having the zombie moving at super sluggish speed around that farm probably destroys their gather rate from the mill, which is definitely not good. So, yeah, that probably to me seems like kind of a bad situation there, to say the least. But yeah. Anyways, let's check this deck out here. We got our crates. This is usually a good one to have as a backup because this is scout units. You have a pikeman, you have a conscripto. You have your second hunting tech here, basically your replacement to spice trade. Sport hunting. Also, mystical prestige basically allows it so your civites gather faster around priests. Which I don't think does anybody ever set this up? I don't think they do. Yeah, but that's Severo's deck. We've seen it before. And Nathan, the hot dog man, is playing as, he's got 3 vills there. He's got 4 vills, crates. He does have this fun card, which is Pulverazo. Pulverazo actually allows your explorer, in addition to upgrading him like a regular explorer upgrade, allows him to build landmines. Yeah, he can actually plant landmines, and if one of your enemy units walks on top of the landmine, it's like a real like Vietnam level landmine. It'll actually send the unit flying in the air and just eliminate them outright, pretty much. And same thing on a horse too. I mean, if the unit's on a horse and he's near the landmine, the horse will go flying into the air with the rider. It's really interesting. And also too, if units are closely grouped together in a formation, you can actually wipe out 2 to 3, sometimes 4 units in a little pack with one landmine. And I believe the cost is not that expensive to build them. It's like 100 wood and 50 gold. It's quite good. Yeah. And this is also a very powerful card to send as Peru. Self-Liberty Expedition. Basically, it gives you a 5 Horse Grenadiers upgrade to Guard. So, brutal units. And you have to pay 650 gold for it. Previously, it didn't cost any gold, and people used to always get salty about it. So they eventually had to add a gold cost and said, okay, this thing's picking up some extra stats. We better treat it like a semi-native thing then. Yeah. Right, so let me see here. We got market down there. First Chinese wave. Oh, so Peru's going Chinese wave. Is Severo going? Oh, he went going with Germans. Okay. I'm more of an Arab guy myself. I prefer going the Arab immigrants, personally. Yeah, that's personally what I would do if it was me. Because Arabs give you the nice musketeers that you can pair with some of the more wood trash units that Haiti has. It's usually what I typically would go for in that situation. So, that's just me. 700 wood coming in for Haiti. How about Nathan? Nathan's getting steel traps. 600 wood. Right. I did forget to mention that Peru doesn't get a 700 wood card for some reason. They're kind of a little bit behind on that. Alright, so they got barracks coming down. Chinese colony coming down. China is the one that I recommended for most of the time, just because of the early game economic techs can be good. Also, the Chinese workers, the Chinese villagers are actually really good, because they specialize in natural resource gathering. So they're actually going to be good for majority of the early and mid game. Whether it's putting them on a wood line, putting them on a hunt, putting them on a mine, putting them on berries. The Chinese villagers are actually probably up there with the French ones, I would say, in usefulness economically. So that's always good. That's another aspect I didn't even touch on at all with you. Right, so Mushateros start for Peru. Whereas Severo's going to go Conscripto. Very good for Severo, I would say. Because he should be able to prepare against those Mushateros pretty easily, using the range attack on the Conscriptos to sort of kite back and just blast them, I would say. Probably what he wants to do there, honestly. And produce some more Conscriptos, which is good. Very nice. You can see this little like dark ring around him, right? This means that once you move that conscriptor out onto the map, that ring disappears, and then the conscriptor will actually do more damage. It'll do like 25, 27 damage, which is really good. So you want to fight away from your base. You want to fight either in your enemy's base or somewhere way off from that town center to get the most maximum value combat-wise. Going for sport hunting. Wow, going for a greedy card there to help with the hunting rate and the berry rate too. It actually helps with berries as well, so that's good. Here's all the conscriptos. Let's see what they do here.
Oui.
He's over.
12 conscriptos, it looks like, yep. Adding in some German workers is always good if you have their immigrant colony, because the German workers, while the gather rate is atrociously bad, they build things faster. So if you need like a quick barracks or two, like build a quick forward base, the German workers are usually the best statistically to use there, I would say, pretty much. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely go with the German workers if you need quick buildings.
Oui.
Picking up steel traps as well, it looks like. Oh, and some Baneros in. Now, how much does he have on the wood line? About 7. Doesn't have any wood wood cards, because when I go with Baneros, I always try to go with wood cards too. So he's getting the card that I talked about here, Châtel, from the Chinese immigrants. Châtel gets your mining and your wood chopping ramp, which is great, but I feel like if you had virgin forest and carpentry, that would make it even better, as well as extractivism, because then you have 4 wood technologies working in tandem, plus the 2 available ones at the market in H2. So yeah, that sets you up really good there. And if you want to keep doing Baneros later, then you add the 3rd wood chopping tech in H3, and then things will start looking really good for you. Absolutely good for you, I would say, for sure, 100%. Okay. Try to get away from the town center, because then you're going to get some more... Oh, he's going... Look at the good micro he's doing there. I like that. The stagger mode kiting. Yeah, because see what happened in Wars of Liberty, the developers did. They actually managed to fix the stagger mode. The developers left a bit weakened. So now in Wars of Liberty, you can actually use stagger mode properly with larger armies, which you couldn't do in the Asian dynasties. That's actually pretty neat. Oh. Nice, get all those. Alright.
Señor.
Just looking at the stats there, yep, very good.
Huh? Blessé. Paca. Maché.
With the Mosquiteros, are going to go up against the skirmishers now. Nice. Good, yep, see, the problem with Mosquiteros is you need huge numbers of them to fight muskets. Because if you don't have enough of them, then the muskets just have the ability to target down individual Mosquiteros and just eliminate them like one by one, which can always be a bit obnoxious, basically, like that. See, just like that. Yep. Big time. Yeah.
Dígame.
Mi taita.
¿Mis órdenes? ¿Ah?
I see the Haiti is actually going towards age 3 now, so we'll see what that ends up doing to the dynamic. Yeah, because once you get to age 3 as Haiti, you can start to get Ganets, you can get Escoltas, you can get a good number of different troops. So that should definitely change things up a bit here, I would say. Definitely. 100%.
รถป่าพี่ Qui semble le faire?
Ça cap fait. Oui.
Ça qu'a fait?
Okay. Still going Mushatero, I see. With these ship grenadiers? Yep, alright. Just figuring that out. So, oh, he didn't go H2. What did he get? Oh, so he just made more soldiers? Okay. Whatever. Trying to figure out what his game plan is here. Feels like it's an endless stalemate of Mushateros and range units on both sides. Yeah. Kind of what it looks like at the end. At least to me.
Qui semble le faire?
Oh man. Now this deck here, Oktoberfest, gives you a multitude of food and gold crates, which is definitely very useful. Gives you about 500 gold and about 200 of food, so it actually helps you out quite a bit with playing your age ups.
Rốtป่าพี่
Oh, look at that. Look at that spam of Mushateros, man. That's chaotic. You don't usually see that many Mushatero. It's like a Mushatero war. That is like crazy. I never see it done on such a large scale like that. Where every like slash and every movement counts. Crazy stuff there, yeah, big time. I think Severo will break through. He's breaking through his ranks now. Yeah. Alright, looks like Nathan ended up winning it, but we'll see if that continues though. No. Brutal. That was a huge machete war there, yeah. Now he's going to get some picket pikemen to try to fight the Mushateros, it looks like, yeah. Insane. Literally insane. Okay, I think definitely that ruined Severo because you can see like the score difference now. Because Nathan's just gonna build up his army and then just finish him off. Severo really needed to win that Mushatero fight somehow, and the fact that he didn't is gonna make it an easy win for Nathan there, I think. Yeah. At least from what it looks like, I would say. Yeah, that's what I would say at this point, definitely. I think maybe one thing that I didn't consider, number one, that, well, obviously Severo's in his base, so he's not getting that bonus attack that Haiti provides him. The other thing is whenever Severo kills one of the Nathan units, they're gaining the speed movement bonus, which is allowing them to quickly fight easier in a melee. Because Severo's troops are moving slower and thus not reaching their targets, whereas Viringo's stuff, because they're increasing movement speed, are able just to rush to their spots a lot faster and, you know, be a more cohesive melee formation, and I think that itself makes a huge difference here, basically. So yeah, didn't even consider that till now, but yeah, that definitely feels like something worth considering here, I would say, to say the very least. Absolutely. So yeah. He's got a few conscriptos left, and he's got a couple of melee troops up here, but looking at this stack of musketeros and colorful purple clothing there, I don't think he's going to be able to really do much with these. No, definitely not. He needed to retain more of his melee armor before, but now it's going to be a total bloodbath. Yeah, look at that. Quite the chaotic situation, to say the least. Okay, so now the scripters are going to... Ooh, wow, look at that. Here comes some emergency units here. Very good. Yeah, yep. Easy win there for Nathan. Alright, so let's see what the other one looks like. There's one more in this set that I'll pull in now. Let me roll it up. So now we're going to look at the second Severo versus Nathan game, which is in the list. Spoon it up now. Alright, so here we go. C for Severo. C for Severo. There it is. Alright. So which one is that? I'm just curious looking at the Discord. Seeing which one it is in the order. That would be... Oh, interesting. Alright. Cool. So let's go. So we got Severo is Haiti again. And Nathan is running Austria-Hungary. Ooh, interesting. So that's one of the Wars of Liberty introduced European civs. So Austria-Hungary, their biggest bonus is that they sort of stole the old German cavalry bonus from their home city. So basically every card you send as Austria-Hungary gives you free hussars. Well, sometimes hussars, because hussars are more statistically valuable than Uhlans. They have it unfortunately set up in Age 2 where you get a free hussar only. If you go to Age 3, it's 2 hussars. If it's Age 4, it is 3 hussars. Yeah, it's pretty good, honestly. And in addition, they also updated the villager counts on the Civ as well, so that when you get your first Age 1 card, you get 4 villagers in the card instead of 3. To basically equate to the same value of villager economy you would get from settler wagon shipments as the vanilla Germany. And in addition to that, another thing that Austria-Hungary does, which is a little bit different, is you get Royal Guard upgrades in Age 3 instead of Age 4. So, you end up paying a little bit more in Age 3. You basically get 400 wood and 400 gold veteran upgrade, but then your guard upgrade in Age 4 actually starts to be normal. I think in some instances it can be a little annoying because it makes your veteran upgrade less trivial, because you actually have to put way a few extra resources for it, but when you get to Industrial Age, the upgrade feels a bit more organic, because you've already gone through the Royal Guard process, which is quite good, basically. So yeah, that's pretty much it there. Now, against Haiti, I would probably put my bets on Haiti, to be 100% bluntly honest. Yeah, because I feel like Haiti is stronger earlier, whereas Austria-Hungary, it requires a bit of work, if that makes any sense. Yeah, no, it requires a bit of work to do Haiti, to do Austria-Hungary, because They don't actually get like a straight up Hussar shipment in Age 2. They get one called Magyarization, but it's very situational. It requires you to do a bit of setup with your Age 1 build order and stuff. But yeah, no. So let's look at this deck. We got Gold, Wood, Vil. 6 Vils, by the way. This is 4 Vils. This is 6. Look at how insane it gets in the late game, though. 12 Hussars. A 12 Hussar shipment in Age 4. That's pretty good. I mean, 7 Hussars in Age 3. That's pretty good, too. I mean, it's like, wow. Crazy. Insane. Yeah, 8 Grenadiers with 2 Hussars. That's pretty good. 2 Hussars with gold. 2 Hussars with wood. Yeah, no, it's definitely something. That's all I'm going to say. Also, this is one of the Wars Liberty maps, so you do have some special natives on here. You got the Wayu, who have their own unique native cavalry, which is pretty neat. I can show it to you right here. The Wayu cavalry right underneath that icon there, and also they get some cool technologies too, so definitely worth potentially checking them out during your match. They could totally help you out quite a bit. Alright, so now we got the Age Up as the Artisan for Austria-Hungary, 400 wood. That's a good start there. And Haiti's going to go Germany again, right? Yep, first German wave. Deck is the same as the last game, so we should expect the same sort of shenanigans and so forth from this time, I would say. Oh, absolutely. And it's going to be pretty interesting. I wonder if it's going to come down to Hussar raids or what exactly, but we'll figure it out. Let's see here. Alright. Now, the question always is will the Austria-Hungary open with Hussars or will they open with line infantry? Because unfortunately, they don't get any sort of volunteer. They don't get pikemen. They're very limited in Age 2. Basically with Austria-Hungary, the only options are Hussar, line infantry, your musket, and then your grenadier. That's it. No pikes, no crossbowmen. So if you don't have a lot of gold, Austria-Hungary can be a real drag for you in Age 2. Also, the lack of flexibility without pike and shot can sometimes feel like a drag for you as well. So that's kind of why I don't like Austria-Hungary in a way, because I don't have the pike and early skirmisher option ever. Just feel like I have to collect all gold, and yeah, definitely. Once you get to Age 3, things get a little bit better because you get skirmishers, dragoons, cuirasses, and the like. So that's good. And then in Age 4 you get the ultimate unit, but unfortunately it's more of a raider unit, so not particularly that good for anything other than raiding and sieging buildings, really. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say about that, I would say. But one thing that I would definitely say though about Austria-Hungary, I don't know if it shows in this deck or not. Yep. Pretty much with Austria-Hungary, they get brutal Hussars. Like, their Hussars are great because they get Royal Guard, right? Plus they get 2 combat cards in Age 3. They get Magyar combat for Hussar and Grenadier, and then they get Cavalry combat, which again ends up helping them. And then they get Team Magyar attack in Age 2, and then Magyar hit points. Also, what Austria-Hungary gets, which you don't see in this deck, which is actually a crazy concept, is they get the best mortars in the game, too. The best mortars. So, basically how that works is there's a card in Age 4 called the Bombardment of Prague, and when you use it, it actually will do immense splash damage when you target a building. And what it ends up doing is, it actually sets it up so the splash attack affects the nearby units, too. Yeah, so mortars can actually indirectly attack units, but only if there's a bill in there. Like, if there's an outpost there and you have, like, a bunch of muskets and hussars around it and you have, like, 10 mortars or something, you can, like, obliterate that whole army just by targeting the building, and then the splash rings around and hits those units and they go, "Rah!" like that. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's actually really powerful. Yeah, so what do we see here? We see Austria-Hungary going Grenadier, I don't know about that. I mean, I wouldn't go Grenadier against Haiti. At least I wouldn't do it anymore, is what I do say. Because in the old days, Grenadier was great against Haiti because in those days the Grenadier reload time was 45 seconds instead of 60. So Grenadiers were actually a legitimate threat to Haiti in all of their stuff. But nowadays, I would say, yeah, like he's going Mushatero right now. I feel like if he gets enough Mushateros, he should be fine. Because guess what? Mushateros are not infantry. They are cavalry. They are shock units. And guess what this has? A malice against shock units. So, in fact, you're not doing more damage with that 1.25 infantry multiplier. You're actually doing less damage with that 0.75 cavalry malice. So, yeah. I think nowadays, Mushateros are a little bit more sleeker in dealing with Grenadiers, especially in large numbers, Looks like he's mostly just scouting around right now, though, and he's not going for any direct confrontation just yet. Looks like he does have his shipment of conscriptos. He does have his batch of Mushateros made. And he's probably going to make more Mushateros by the fact that he is bringing in 600 wood. So he's already brought in his first batch of wood. He's going to bring in his next batch of wood. So that's telling me right away that that's the type of combat we're going to see here. Yeah, absolutely. So should be quite nice. Yeah. Oh, man. Look at... Oh, whoa, whoa. What's going on over here? Wow. Look at that. Huh. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what I was thinking of too, because I was gonna mention how I find it pretty funny to see 6 conscripto in a Haiti deck, because in reality I would never include 6 muskets in my Haiti decks because I always go Arabs, so I would always just get musketeers through the Arabs, and then just focus on economic and military upgrades in Age 2, mostly for Haiti. The only shipment I'll include is like usually this England one that's infinite, because I feel like value-wise it's justifiable to get, so that's usually what I do there, I would say. Definitely. Absolutely, yeah. Alright, so here comes all these Grenadiers now. The moment of truth will soon be upon us, I would say. So let's see if that ends up working or not. Yep. Alright, so the house is going down. Burning down the house. It's like the talking heads. It's not really burning down, it's blowing up the house because they're really throwing explosives at it, so yeah. So here comes the... Thankfully he had another house, so he can actually still resume training troops, which is good.
again.
Why is he getting more muskets against grenadiers though? That's a little bit faulty. Like he should be going more with assault or more scout. Yeah. Definitely think that's an issue. I'd perhaps ship in some Zinglings, you know, with whatever shipments I get. Any sort of like shocking it at all would be grenadiers on pretty easily. I don't know why he's going muskets against grenadiers. That's like such a bad move because really grenadiers are supposed to counter muskets in the right formation. So yeah, that's a little bit odd, don't you think? Hmm? Oh, absolutely, it's a little bit strange. I have, like, no idea why he's doing that myself. Definitely not. Oh, wow, look at this. Free Hussar. Look at how many vills he down. Now, this is the thing I never understand. Why do people never go out of their way to revive their villagers when they have the chance to? Because they're so cheap to do it. You only have to pay, like, 20, yeah, like 20 food, which is really reasonable to, like, revive your villager. 20 food is not that bad. Get your part of your economy back. You know what I'm saying? It's like really not bad at all. I mean, the only time you don't get it is obviously if he has like a big giant army on top of you that he's gonna like stomp you with. But other than that, I just don't quite understand the logic of that at all. Really, nah, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. Definitely not. Alright, that's the end of that one, I think. Yeah. Alright. So I think we're going to end things here because I got to prepare for work tomorrow, last day of the week. We got through actually all of the recordings that I download today, which is very rare, but we actually did pull it off. So we are going to have probably another Wars of Liberty casted game stream next week, as long as people submit, because I believe there's up to like, I don't know, like 6 or 8 I haven't done yet, and then obviously, yeah, pretty much, so, yeah. Anyways, see you next time. Sign off now. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but I'll come up with something, so don't worry. I'll come up with some